that it must begin.
What you think that you think that you think that we think it's cool. You think that you think that you think that what you think you think
But it's clear that it must begin.
Alrighty, hello everyone. I hope y'all are having a great day. Hey Louise. We're gonna get started here in about 1 minute. How's my microphone volume? Is it too quiet?
what you think that you think that you think that we think it's cool. You think that you think that you think that
I bumped it up a little bit. Hopefully that's better.
But it's clear that it must begin.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hopefully it's better. Okay, hey, hi Oxnauts. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna get started here in just a few seconds. All right, hello everyone. I hope you all have had a great weekend so far and a great last couple of weeks. Feels like it's been forever since I've seen you all. Kamali says, "Is this completely the first class?" Yes. In this Python stream, yes. This is going to be a multi-part series of streams where we're going to be learning Python using the free course Python for Everybody. So everything about this course is going to be free, just like it is with 100 devs. Oh my goodness, Cascadesy, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. Thank you. I know your name's not Kevin, but I had to manually trigger the alert. So thank you so much, Cascadesy. Also, thank you for the follow, Coder Girlfriend, and Mark MCT. They followed before the stream started, as well as Narcoleptic Coder. Hey, KT Lynch, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so this is a bit of a new series we're starting, and a new language too. Orzo says, "Hi everyone, Python Day, my kind of code." Yeah, Python is a wonderful language. It has a ton of different uses. So many of you know that in my day job, I am basically a senior data engineer. So I write SQL for a living. I build ETL pipelines. I work in the big data space, working with data warehouses for a major US university. So I work with tons of data every single day. And despite all that, I've been a data professional for over a decade now, working as a data analyst and then moving into the development space, building reports, doing analytics. Despite all of that, I never learned Python. I have gone my entire career so far, over a decade in the data space, and I never learned Python. And that blows most people's minds because Python is a really common first language for a lot of people to learn. And especially if you're in the data space, it's really common to see that on job descriptions and, just as kind of a must have or nice to have on many data related jobs. Oh, and I forgot to turn on my stream closed captioner. Give me 1 second. Get this going. All right. There we go. We've got captions now. So, if you want or need closed captionings, hey, Dr. Acula, good to see you. If you want or need closed captions, please hover your cursor over this side of the screen. You should see a little pop-up with a closed caption icon. Go ahead and click on that, and you'll start to see some auto-generated captions. Welcome. Hello. Yeah, so as I was just saying, you know, I've been this far in my career, in my data career, been a data professional for over a decade, and I never learned Python. And, you know, Python is a wonderful language. It's a versatile language, but it's most commonly used in the data space, in the data and automation space. And so I've been wanting to learn Python for a while, and I finally said, hey, look, I'm not going to take the initiative to learn this, you know, on my own on the side. So why don't we do it live? Why don't I do it in front of everybody with you all here? And so we can all learn Python together. I truly have not used it before. So some of this, I'm going to be making mistakes. I'm going to be making rookie mistakes. And, you know, hey, that's how we learn, right? We make mistakes, we help each other, and we get through it. And so the way I've chosen to learn Python is using a free resource, because I feel like learning should be accessible for everybody, and we should advertise those who are providing free learning to others, right? We shouldn't lock learning behind a paywall. And so the course that I'm using is called Python for Everybody. It was put together by Dr. Chuck, is what he calls himself. But he is a professor at the University of Michigan, and he's written various free courses, free full start to finish beginner-friendly courses in a variety of programming languages. We're going to be using Python for everybody, but he's done C programming, Django, web applications using PHP and SQL, Postgres using PHP and SQL, internet history, and it has made all of his resources, including an entire book, available for free that anybody can access online. And I think that's pretty cool. And so far what I've done in the course has been really helpful and really useful. And so I feel like this is a great resource for us to use. Alrighty, so today what I'm hoping we can get through is lessons 1, 2, and 3. Some of this is going to be a little bit remedial for you, probably if you are already writing your own code. You know, doesn't really matter what language you write your code in. Some of these concepts are going to be pretty universal, as far as, you know, what are variables, you know, how does code work, that type of thing. Those things are going to be pretty applicable across multiple languages. So if you already know JavaScript, if you already know SQL or any other language, you're going to know some of this stuff already. So we are going to skim a little bit, particularly in, you know, chapter 2 here, because, you know, it's asking the question, why program? Well, we already know why we want to program because we're already doing it, most of us. But then we'll slow down a little bit as we get into the stuff that is unique to Python. So if I skim over something, it's not necessarily that, you know, it's not useful. It's just something that's probably remedial or already been covered ad nauseum, you know, in your previous learning. Okay? All right, I'm going to take a quick hydrate here. Got some nice seltzer water going. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, the way we're going to go about this too is we're not just going to be reading, because if you know anything about learning, just reading something doesn't do anything. Like, you just sitting down and just reading documentation ain't going to do squat. It's not going to stick in your brain. You're not going to remember it. And so we're going to be doing live examples. You can see I've got VS Code pulled up here in my other window. I've actually already got a couple files created, but we're going to be doing this live, and I would encourage you to do this live as well if you're able to, because that is the way that you actually put this stuff in your long-term memory. That's the way you retain it, is by actually doing the work, doing the examples, doing the homework, taking the quizzes. Just reading something doesn't give you anything more than a vague sense of accomplishment. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna be getting our hands dirty here, and we're gonna be coding and figuring stuff out together. So any questions before we get started? I'll give folks a few seconds here. Also, hi Mattel. I forgot to say hi to you earlier. Lee says, yes, ma'am, that's absolutely right. Yeah. Yep. So many people make the mistake when they first start learning something of just sitting down and trying to read a book on it, or just sitting down and reading documentation, and that it feels nice, but it doesn't do anything for you as far as like actually learning the material. Coder girlfriend, oh my goodness, hello. I gave you a shout out earlier for the follow, but thank you again. Good to see you. Hi. Love the enthusiasm. HT says, hey there, first time joining. Hello, welcome. Hey, Crypto, welcome. Perfect timing from everybody. HT says, would you mind sharing your background in terms of your university background and how you got into data engineering originally? Yeah, so I'll just give the abbreviated version here. Oh my goodness, Tara Thierry, thank you so much for the sub. My alerts aren't working, but you get the default alert. Your name's not Kevin, but Tara Thierry, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name. Crypot Clen. Yes, my apologies. Welcome to the stream. I've seen that other word so many times, I just read too quickly there. But yeah, so my background is I have a bachelor's degree in statistics. I was originally planning to become an actuary, and then I actually started doing actuarial work, and I realized I did not like it at all. It just was not for me. I didn't like finance. I didn't like health insurance, and those are the main places where actuaries end up. And so I decided to find something else, and I started working a job where I just had to learn a little bit of SQL, the database language SQL, just to do some analytics work, basic stuff, nothing complicated. I started learning SQL on the job, and then I got deeper and deeper into it, and then I became a data analyst, so really heavily into the analytics space, and then I finally moved fully into the development space as a senior data engineer, senior SQL developer, working with a large-scale data warehouse. So yeah, it was kind of a slow progression. I didn't take any coding classes. I didn't learn any coding classes until I didn't learn any coding skills, I should say, until I actually started working in the workforce. I didn't do any of that stuff in college. I tried to take one coding class in college. It did not go well. I didn't understand anything, and it sucked. So that turned me off of coding for several years after that. And then I didn't really pick it up again until I was actually in the workforce. So yeah, now I use SQL on the daily in my day job, and I teach full stack web development here on the weekends for fun. And now we're learning Python for fun. So yeah, isn't it great when you can actually make learning fun instead of a chore? Yeah, C sharp is a fun, Mattel, C sharp is a fun language to learn as well. I've learned that on the job just to build some desktop applications. I've built some internal desktop applications for my coworkers at work using C sharp. And so, yeah, that's a fun one too. Hey, Dan. Hey, type error. Python for fun and profit? Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, I hope that helps, HT. That's kind of my, the fast version of my background. But the main gist of it is no, I'm not good at math. No, I didn't take any coding classes in college. No, I don't have a CS degree. But yet here we are. So anybody from any background can do this as long as you have the passion for it and can really apply what you're learning. Absolutely, HT. I'm glad that was helpful for you. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started. Once again, we're using Python for everybody. If you do !project in chat, that will give you the link to this exact page that I'm on right now. I would recommend that you sign in, and it's really easy to sign up. You can just sign in with Google. It uses OAuth, so you don't have to create an account. You don't have to do anything like that. You can just use your Google account to sign in. And the nice thing about that is that it keeps track of your assignments. So as you complete these things, as you do the quizzes, as you do the exercises, it will keep track of the work you've done, and it will update the grade book for you. So you can see here, I've done a few of the exercises. Some of the stuff I haven't done, like submitting screenshots of my Python installation, like I didn't bother with that. But it is nice to kind of see your progress as you go. And so it's, for me, that having that sort of a checklist is a really nice thing. There's also a discussion board. I haven't looked at that at all yet. I don't know if anybody's participating there. I don't know the caliber of the discussions. So I haven't even clicked on that tab. I've only been really focusing on the lessons so far. But if you want that sense of community, you can feel free to check out the discussions as well. But once again, please do, I recommend signing in with your Google account so that it will keep track of your progress. Hey, Subtleties, good to see you. RDT says, did someone recommend you to this, or did you find it somewhere obscure? No, actually, I didn't find it somewhere obscure. I found this in several lists of recommended courses for learning Python for free. You know, obviously they recommend, oh, you know, do a Udemy course, right? But that's not free. And so the goal here is to find a course where all the lessons and all the resources are free. And my favorite thing about this is, once again, this professor who wrote this course has made not only the materials, but he's made instructional videos. He's made an entire book to learn Python for free, available as a PDF. And he's really put a lot of work into this. It has a very similar structure and feel to the 100 Devs course, which to me is another plus, because if you've done 100 Devs, you'll be very familiar with the type of format that this course has. Oakley says, installing Python the hardest part. Yeah, that's really not difficult. Well, and actually the first part is this. Let's just pop into this first chapter here. So we install Python. So the first lesson is really just installing Python. And to complete the course, you can complete it in a couple different ways. So if you don't want to install Python, you don't have to. If you're like, nope, I'm not on a device. Maybe you're doing this on your phone. I don't know. Or on a device that, you know, can't handle it for whatever reason, or you can't install things on that device for whatever reason. You can use Replit or any other online code editor to, you know, you could even use VS Code Online if you wanted, to run Python programs as well. So you do not have to install Python. But here there are instructions for setting up Python in Windows, Mac, and then some recommended text editors. We are going to be using exclusively VS Code here. The desktop version of VS Code. You can use whatever text editor you want. Heck, you can use Notepad if you want. I don't care. But we're going to be using VS Code. All right, so we'll just take a quick peek here at the Windows instructions. That's what I'm using. Yeah, there's a bit of tech literacy involved with installing this. Luckily, I mean, there are, pretty detailed instructions here that walk you through it. It gives you a link directly to the download page for Python. So you can click this link to go and download the latest version. It should download very quickly. And then as you install Python, make sure to add Python 3.5 or whatever version it's on now. I think, it's still 3.5. Add 3.5 to path. And this will allow you to interact with Python in the command line, which we're going to be doing a lot of. We're going to be interacting directly with Python at the command line, so make sure that you choose this option, add Python 3.5 to path. And then we can skip this next step because I'm sure many of us already have VS Code installed. And then it just gives you a brief walkthrough on how to work with the command line and how to, run a basic program. Many of us know this stuff already. I'll just review it very quickly. Let me catch up with chat here. Yusuf says, can't wait for the DB part. Yeah, me neither. I love, the part that I'm really, gunning towards is the part where we actually start to do some data analytics with Python. But we can't skip the basics because the basics are what you build on, right? And so, yeah, I'm really looking forward to the later lessons where we're going to actually be able to do some analytics with Python. Subtlety says, oh, it's Chuck Severance. I have his Django course on my watch list. Yeah, he's done a bunch of different courses. But yeah, if you're not familiar with the command line, it's basically just a text-based way to interact with your computer and the files on your computer. You can navigate using CD. Now, if you're working with the command line in VS Code, one of the nice things that it does is it essentially opens your command line session in the folder where you currently are. So you can see here in VS Code, I've created a folder called py4e for, Python for everyone. I've created a folder in my documents folder. I created that folder and then I opened VS Code directly into that folder. And so the command line is going to be working within that folder already. So rather than having to CD or change directory into that folder, I just go straight to it. So for me, that's the way I generally do it. If you can't figure out what folder you're in, simply close and reopen the command line or the terminal. Yep. If you ever get totally lost, just start again. And then running Python programs in the command line. If you're just starting straight from whatever command line you're normally using, you simply type the word Python and then the name of the program. And then that will run it for you. Now we'll get into this in the second lesson when we actually start trying some scripts and running some programs. Mattel says, no Linux? What? Yeah, I know. It's a little odd. He doesn't have instructions for Linux, but hopefully it's fairly, straightforward and similar to the Windows and Mac instructions. I thought that was a little odd as well, Mattel. HT says, is this something you're going to stream every Sunday? Just want to make sure I don't miss it. Yes. So the plan will be that this is a multi-part series. I don't know how many parts it's going to be. It just depends how far we get every time. I think as we get into the more advanced topics, we might only be covering one lesson per stream. I don't know. So I did a series where we learned React from start to finish. I went in with no knowledge of React, and then I came out the other side with being able to build full React applications. And I think that was a 7 or 8 part series. So I would be expecting something similar for this. Most of our distro Linux already have Python installed. Aha, so you're operating at a higher level. I get it. Makes sense. All right, so I gave you guys a few minutes there to install Python. Like I say, should be fairly simple as long as you add it to the path variable so that you can run it from the command line. And go ahead and also I would recommend creating a folder for all the projects you're going to be doing, because you're going to be saving scripts and you want to have all that stuff in one place so you can execute it easily from the command line. So I would recommend just in whatever location you normally put projects, just create a folder that you can recognize and open the command line and navigate to that folder. Hey Ganta. Hey Celeste, good to see you. All right. So that's installing Python. If you wanted to, you could do the peer grading part where you submit your screenshots. We're going to skip that for now. That's really just to give you that little checkbox in the assignments. So let's go on to chapter 2. Why program? Again, some of this is going to be remedial for you if you're already writing code. So we're going to be kind of skimming some of it. Also too, what I love about this course is that he has videos also for each part of the course. Now we're going to focus on the text of the book rather than watching the videos, but you are also welcome to watch these videos if they kind of help you flesh out the material. So you can, and he has the slides that go along with each video. So the slides that are here go along with each of these videos, and then we are going to focus on the book material, and then we're going to do the exercises and submit the quiz. All right, so the first section here, why should you learn to write programs? And I think that the reason people get into programming varies for pretty much probably everybody here on the chat, right? So just in chat, I'm curious, why did you start coding? Or if you're just starting out, why do you want to start coding? I'm just curious what drives folks. Is it to get a job? Is it to build cool stuff? Is it to work with clients, get better at your work? What's everybody's motivation? Celeste says to bring my ideas to life and get a job. Love it. Mbe Fullstack says I want more money. Umthen says build my dream app. Hey, that's a valid reason, Fullstack. More money is great. I love it. I like money. Kamali says to learn it first and get a job. Orzo says to build really cool things, get a great job, and really love what I do. Coder Girlfriend says all of the above. Yeah. So for us, yeah, Tyler says to make money and to care for the ones I love. Awesome. Love it. Yeah. And so for a lot of folks here, the common denominator is get a job, build cool stuff, right? So I think a lot of us were surrounded, in the text says this too. We're surrounded in our daily lives with computers ranging from laptops to cell phones. We can think of these computers as our personal assistants who take care of many things on our behalf. And the hardware in our current day computers is essentially built to continuously ask us the question, what would you like me to do next? And by learning how to code and learning how to program, we suddenly have the power to really dictate to that machine, here is exactly what I want you to do next. We don't have to worry about what anybody else has written for us. We can write our own code to say, yeah, you're going to do exactly what I want you to do. We can harness this incredible power that's all around us, and yeah, build cool stuff with it. Hey, Emerald, good to see you. Coder says, I love money. Yeah, exactly. And I love this. So here's an example of, okay, why would we want to learn Python specifically? What is Python good for? So the text says, look at the first 3 paragraphs of this chapter and tell me the most commonly used word and how many times that word is used. While you were able to read and understand the words in a few seconds, counting them is almost painful because it is not the type of problem that human minds are designed to solve. For a computer, the opposite is true. Reading and understanding text from a piece of paper is hard for a computer to do, but counting the words and telling you how many times the most used word was used is very easy for the computer. So for an example, this little program here, which we will execute in just a minute, we give it a file, and it immediately tells us that the most common word was to, and it was used 16 times. So in the first 3 paragraphs, the most commonly used word was to, and it occurred 16 times. And that's what, in particular, Python is very good at. It's very good at analytics, parsing huge amounts of data extremely quickly, and making statistical and analytical conclusions from that data. Yeah, we've got machine learning, building bots, so many cool things. Absolutely. There's so much power, so much computational power that surrounds us all the time. And computation is cheap now. Computation used to be expensive, and it's so cheap now. And it's so accessible to everyone. You just have to be able to harness it, right? And so learning Python is going to be extremely helpful in the world of data analytics, especially. And this, using Python here, we're able to see that the word to was used 16 times in the first 3 paragraphs of the chapter. Once you learn this new language, you can delegate mundane tasks to your partner, the computer, leaving more time for you to do the things that you are uniquely suited for. You bring creativity, intuition, and inventiveness to this partnership. And I think that's the most, as you're learning any language for any reason, that is the most important thing to remember. You are the one who brings creativity, intuition, and inventiveness to the partnership. In the rise of chatbots and AI, I think that is the most important thing to remember. No matter how smart or creative a chatbot may appear, it is still you who controls the vision for what that program or that chatbot is going to, or that AI is going to do, right? You still have the power, and you're still the human in that relationship. And professional programming can be very rewarding. I think we all know that. So our motivation for this course is for us to be more productive in handling the data and information that we will encounter in our lives. When you first start, you will be both the programmer and the end user of your programs. As you gain skill as a programmer and programming feels more creative to you, your thoughts may turn towards developing programs for others. I think that's the point where many of us are at in our JavaScript journey, in our full stack web development journey, right? You're probably, when you're learning, you're just building fiddly little stuff for yourself. But now, at this point, you've probably built at least one program for others, whether it's a client or a friend, and or usable by others, right? A publicly hosted website, something like that. And so we'll get there with Python as well. In particularly, my motivation for learning Python is to be better at my current job, to automate a lot of things away in my current job, to help my coworkers analyze data more quickly and efficiently, and really just kind of show what the capabilities of Python are. So there's a brief sort of overview of computer hardware architecture. We're just going to kind of skim this part. It's basically just talking about how computers work. I think many of us probably have an idea of this already, but this little graphic here is helpful. The CPU is executing the instructions, kind of the central brain. The memory is storing information that's immediately needed by the CPU. The network is allowing the computer to talk to other computers or other devices. Secondary memory is slower than main memory, but can be reusable. So, for example, like a flash drive, USB stick, I don't know, floppy disk, whatever. I don't know. I'm curious how many folks in chat have actually ever put their hands on a floppy disk, like an actual floppy disk. And I'm sure you know what they are. But is there anybody in chat who has never touched a floppy disk? Or if you have or you haven't? Brisanna says still have one? So you still have a floppy disk? I think my parents still have some that I used to have. Madeline says, I had one. Welcome, Madeline, by the way. Good to see you. I had one that could hold a single image. Yeah. I got I think it's probably early 2000s, back when fast food places used to actually give out like good stuff. Taco Bell gave out a game, like a custom game on a floppy disk that was I forget what it was, like a platformer or something like that. Really simple, but yeah, it was came on a little floppy. Oh, using floppy disk to see the eclipse. That's awesome. Happy Sunday, Madeline. Mattel says, I still have some 5 1/4 Commodore discs. Oh, yeah, those are the big ones. Because, some people don't even know that there were multiple sizes of floppy disks. But yeah, that's an example of secondary memory, right? Removable memory. Shout out McDonald's Beanie Babies. Heck yes. I had plenty of those. Input and output devices are basically your screen, keyboard, anything that you, the user, can use to interact with the computer. Oh my goodness. Eric is President 87. Eric B is President 87. Thank you so much for the subscription. Let me give you a manual alert here. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Mattel says, I found some 8-inch floppies in the trash once. Those were the actual floppy disks. The reason that floppy disks are called floppy disks is because they actually used to be flexible. Like you could flex them. And those are the big ones. And then talking about network connections, allowing your computer to talk to other computers. So as a programmer, your job is to orchestrate each of these resources to solve the problem that you need to solve and analyze the data that you get from the solution. As a programmer, you will mostly be talking to the CPU and telling it what to do next. Sometimes you'll tell the CPU to use the main memory, secondary memory, network, input, output, etc. So, for example, when you're, spinning up a server or if you're hitting an API, right, you are using the network capabilities. Or if you are asking the program to read from a file, then you're using memory. And you need to be the person who answers the CPU's what's next question. So we call these stored instructions that we give to the CPU a program, and the act of writing that is programming, which I'm sure all of you know already. Flex zone. Yeah, 8-inch floppy flex zone. Up until recently, the US nuclear program was still using 8-inch floppy disks to run the nuclear program. Yeah, up until like the past few years, which I thought was both frightening and fascinating at the same time. Yep, 8-inch floppies, baby. Yep. Yeah, down in the nuclear silos, 8-inch floppies all day. Also, much of the software that drives aircraft carriers, like the big Navy ships, is on floppy disks as well. Moving at the speed of business, exactly. I think that's a great description. Technology only updates when it in business. Technology only improves when it absolutely has to, and even slower in the military. So. Yep, big orgs upgrade as slowly as possible, especially when there is, security is a problem, or when there is heavy risk involved. We're talking hospitals, banks, the military. Those are often the slowest movers. COBOL is new tech, right? Yeah. And languages will hang around forever. That's why I am fully employed as a SQL programmer. When I first started, I didn't know any other languages. I only knew SQL. And SQL was first introduced in 1977. And it is still the primary database language used around the world. So, yep, there's nothing wrong with using a dependable language. Yeah, exactly. And things like subways use older systems as well. Yep, like floppies and Chuck E. Cheese. Anyway, all right. So 2 skills you need to in order to be a programmer. First, you need to know a language, such as Python. You'll need to know the vocabulary and the grammar. You'll need to be able to spell the words in this new language properly and know how to construct well-formed sentences in this new language. And some of the things that you're going to see as we start writing code in Python, just a little bit further down the page here, is that if you already know JavaScript or really any other language, you're going to see a lot of similarities in terms of syntax, in terms of keywords. You're going to see words that you recognize and that will be used in the exact same way in Python as they are in JavaScript. The application might be a little bit different, but once you learn one language, it becomes exponentially easier to learn another. And then, so once you learn the language, then you also need to tell a story, and you will get better at writing those stories as you go along. You get more efficient in your programs. And exactly what I just said is what he says in the very next sentence. Once you learn one programming language, you'll find it much easier to learn a second one. You'll learn the vocabulary and sentences of Python quickly. It will take longer for you to be able to write a coherent program to solve a brand new problem. We teach programming much like writing. We start reading and explaining programs, then we write simple programs, and then we write increasingly complex programs over time. At some point, you get your muse and you see the patterns on your own, and you can see more naturally how to take a problem and write a program that solves that problem. And once you get to that point, programming becomes a very pleasant and creative process. I'm sure we all went through that journey when we were learning JavaScript or any other language. First off, it becomes very mechanical. You're just copying what you've seen elsewhere. But then eventually you start to get an idea, and then you realize you might know how to implement that idea, and you bash your head against it for a little while, and then it finally works, and then you build something else. So yeah, eventually it starts out as being just rote memorization, and then it eventually morphs into creativity. Unlike human languages, the Python vocabulary is actually pretty small. And the vocabulary is what we call reserved words. There's actually only 35 reserved words in Python. And when you see these words in a Python program, they have one and only one meaning in Python. Of course, you can declare your own variables and things like that, but there are certain words that you cannot use as a variable or for any other purpose than how they are defined. And I think that's something we were probably already familiar with from JavaScript, and I'm certainly familiar with from SQL. When you train a dog, you use special words like sit, stay, and fetch. But obviously we talk to our dogs in way more ways than that. But those specific words mean something very specific to the dog. So the list of reserved words is here, and they make a lot of sense. Things like false and true, break, continue, is, return, those types of things are very reasonable to be reserved words. We will learn these reserved words and how they're used, but for now we'll focus on the Python equivalent of speak. So obviously we're going to start out by the most common way of learning a new language, or the most common first thing you ever do in a new language, which is printing hello world. So we will go ahead and do that. Gonna catch up with chat here. Fuel Snabble says many upgrade projects bomb. Yeah, we were talking about legacy systems and business, and the military still using 3.5 and 8-inch floppies. And yeah, the problem with so many of these big upgrade projects is not that they don't want to do them, but that so many of those big overhaul and upgrade projects are not successful because they are so complicated and there's so many stakeholders and there's so much risk involved that many of those upgrade projects they spin their wheels for a while and then they fail, and then you're right back to using floppy disks again. So yeah, that's the most common reason why they're stuck with these old technologies. Fuel says, I believe JavaScript is humanity's last language. So imagine 1,000 years from now and everyone coding JavaScript and there's nothing else. I don't know. That might be a hot take. I would argue that SQL could be our last language. No, I don't think it could be. SQL's not versatile enough. It can't cover enough ground it is not applicable really outside of databases. But them's fighting words. Rex says, I wish I'd started learning programming in a language agnostic kind of way. Yeah, I think it's more of that learning how to learn mindset, right? Kind of knowing how it's going to progress in terms of you start out with just reading and copying what you see, then you memorize what you see, and then you start to experiment with little bits of what you see, and then you start to become creative and build things on your own. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like everybody's going to start out with a singular language and then branch out from there. But I don't know, unless you actually went through like a CS degree where you learned all the theory first, which I never learned. Yeah, the ship has sailed. I know. Same for me. Yeah. But I don't know. I'm glad I didn't start out with a bunch of theory. I don't think I would have done well with that. Alrighty. So let's actually start writing something. We've been talking for a while here. Let's actually put something down on paper, shall we? So, conversing with Python. Before you can start working with Python, you have to install it first, which we did at the start of this stream. So if you haven't installed Python, go to the lessons here and then go to lesson 1 or chapter 1, whatever. And it has a direct link to download Python and install it on your machine. And it gives you instructions depending on whether you're on Windows or Mac. So just follow those instructions. It should be fairly straightforward. Just make sure that you have allowed Python to, you've added Python to your path variable so that you can use Python from the command line. And there's a reminder to do that in the instructions as well. So download it for Windows or Mac, install it, and that way you'll be able to use it in the command line. I would also recommend creating a folder where you're going to actually be saving your scripts, and then just navigating in the command line to that folder. Oh my goodness, Alderson! Oh, you subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much. Great to have you here. The great thing about subscribing with Prime is that it's free. So if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, make sure that you are using that Prime subscription every single month, that you don't waste it, because all it does is cost Jeff Bezos money. And there's nothing better than forcing a billionaire to give up just a tiny fraction of a percentage of their hoarded wealth to the little people, which is us, right? Use those Bezos dollars. Exactly. Thank you so much for the sub, Alderson. Oh my goodness, Orzo83. Thank you so much for the sub as well. Gonna give you an alert here. My alerts are so broken. Thank you so much, Orzo. Lisa says, yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Alderson says, hi from Brazil. Hello. Thank you so much again, Alderson. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us today to learn some Python. Okay, so conversing with Python. If you've installed Python, you reminded me to subscribe. Thank you again, Orzo. If you already installed Python and you've got your command line up and running, you don't have to work in VS Code if you don't want to. Just use the command line of your choice. Doesn't really matter what it is. Let's see. At some point, you will be in a terminal or command window and you will type Python, and the Python interpreter will start executing in interactive mode and appear somewhat as follows. So I'm going to go ahead and type Python, and you'll notice that my cursor will change, or my line start character will change. And it will now start the Python interpreter. So we can see I'm running Python 3.12.0. I think the newest version is 3.13, but it really doesn't matter. For the type of stuff we're doing, it's fine. Whatever version you're using, it's fine. We're just touching the surface here, scratching the surface. And you can see it gives you a couple of hints on words you can type to start with, but we're going to just kind of follow the prompts here, what it's asking us to do. Orzo says, I prefer PyCharm for Python. Sure, if that's what you want to use. The lessons here are just going to be using the command line. But if you have another option, something you prefer, feel free to use that. So notice that you can tell the interpreter is running because of the 3 angle brackets here. That'll give you a clue as to what mode you're in. And that 3 bracket prompt is Python's way of asking you, what do you want me to do next? So I'm not going to type this, but the next, it just kind of gives you an example of, if you just try to, start typing, it's going to give you syntax errors, right? Because you need to use the appropriate keywords. And so what we're going to do is type print hello world, which is tradition, And there we go. It essentially doesn't echo. It just takes what you put in and it spits it back out. Desert Moon, hello, good to see you. They say, oh wow, Python, I've been thinking about it a lot. I haven't actually tried to begin yet. I'll take this as a sign. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my thought process too. I've been meaning to learn Python for ages. I've actually done a little bit of Python in the past, but I didn't retain any of it. I remembered nothing. I took like a Udemy course, like, I don't know, 5 years ago or 6 years ago, and I remember 0. So, because I didn't apply it, right? That's the key. You got to apply this stuff. If you don't apply it, it just leaves your brain. Roger Khan, thank you so much for the follow. And so, yeah, I decided to just do it live with all of you because that'll make me actually do the work and do the exercises and apply it and do projects with it. So I think that's definitely a sign. All right, so you do print hello world, that works. You can print various other things, really. This is kind of repetitive, but, as long as you use the correct keywords and the correct format, right? Print must be surrounded by parentheses, but if we do it wrong, it's going to give us an error. Python is amazingly complex and powerful and very picky about the syntax you use to communicate with it. Python is not intelligent. You're really just having a conversation with yourself, but using proper syntax. And that is something to note here. If you've only ever done JavaScript before, JavaScript is very forgiving, right? JavaScript is the most forgiving language I've ever worked with. JavaScript will hold your hand a lot. It will, be very flexible in its interpretations of what you give it. But many other languages are not like that. Many other languages are very specific in their requirements. SQL especially is extremely specific in what it requires when you're, writing programs or running scripts with SQL. And Python, is also, I think Python's somewhere in the middle, I think, is from what I've heard. And so, just remember that syntax is important. We're going to get our toes wet a little bit with, types, integers, booleans, strings, floats, that type of thing as well. Because, JavaScript may not care about types, but Python certainly does. All right, so this is basically just telling you, hey, if you don't follow the rules, then you get syntax errors. If you try to use a reserved word, you will get a syntax error. So just start to learn to recognize those errors and what they mean. The second error in this case, unterminated string literal. If is a reserved word, and Python saw the reserved word and thought we were trying to say something, but got the syntax of the sentence wrong. Now, how do we get out of Python? How do we quit the interpreter? Just call quit. And now we're back to the regular command line. Coder says dips toes in Python. Yeah. That's how you start, right? That's how you get used to the water temperature. All right, so a little bit of terminology here, interpreter and compiler. And I like this section because I wasn't fully familiar with the difference between these terms until I read this part. So Python is a high-level language, like JavaScript and other languages we interact with. It's intended to be more straightforward for humans to read, right? We're not coding in binary here. We're not coding in assembly. Other high-level languages include Java, C++, PHP, Ruby, Basic, Perl, JavaScript, and many more. The actual hardware doesn't understand anything about these languages. CPUs use machine language, ones and zeros, binary. Very few programmers ever write machine language. Instead, we build various translators to allow programmers to write in high-level languages like Python or JavaScript, and these translators convert the programs to machine language for actual execution. Machine language is tied to the computer hardware and is not portable across different types of hardware. Programs written in high-level languages, however, can be moved between different computers by using a different interpreter on the new machine or recompiling the code to create a machine language version of the program for the new machine. So these translators that translate our high-level code into executable code are either interpreters and compilers. An interpreter reads the source code of the program as written by the programmer, parses the source code, and interprets the instructions on the fly. Python is an interpreter, and when we're running Python interactively, we can type a line of Python, a sentence, and Python processes it immediately and is ready for us to type another line of Python. Some of the lines of Python tell Python that you want it to remember some value for later. So that would be just declaring a variable, and I think we all know what variables are. So in this example, which we can just do here real quick, we can say x equals 6. Oops, I forgot to start Python again. There we go. And it started at the bottom of the screen for some reason, so my cursor is down here now for no apparent reason. Cool. So x equals 6. And then we can print x, and we'll see that it remembers that value. X is still 6. And then we can also say y equals x times 7. And then if we print y, that's syntax error on my part. Still learning. If we print y, now we can see that the answer is 42. So even though we're typing them one at a time, Python is treating them as an ordered sequence of statements, with later statements able to retrieve data created in earlier statements. It's the nature of an interpreter to be able to have an interactive conversation as shown above. A compiler needs to be handed the entire program in a file, and then it runs a process to translate that high-level source code into machine language, and the compiler puts the resulting machine language into a file for later execution. So you can open .exes. I'm sure you've all seen .exe files before, right? Whenever you download something or install a new program, it creates a .exe, an executable file, or a DLL. And if you were to open that executable file, you would not be able to read it. So it's nice that we have interpreters and compilers that allow us to write in high-level languages like Python or C. Oakley says, I don't really get what they're saying. You can redefine Python's built-in words without issue, though you shouldn't. Yeah, I think the idea here is to not overwhelm new people with, well, I don't like that word. Maybe I should tell it something else, right? I think the idea here is to just sort of introduce the concept of reserved keywords to say like, hey, best practice, you shouldn't use these outside of their intended purpose, right? To say like, because remember, this is aimed at raw beginners. This is not aimed at people who already know a programming language or know what they're doing in any capacity. And so, when you're introducing something brand new to people, it's best to just say, hey, these are off limits. Don't touch. Like, just leave it alone. You don't need to worry about that. Coder says, say Python processes processors 3 times. Don't make me do that. Web developer says, today you're streaming early? Nope, this is the usual time, my friend. All right, so we have this Python interpreter between us and the actual execution of the code. What language is it written in? When we type Python, what exactly is happening? So the Python interpreter is written in another language called C. Python is written in C, and you can find the source code at python.org if you are interested in learning more about how Python actually works. Python is a program itself, and it's compiled into machine code. So when you installed Python on your computer, you copied a machine code copy of the translated Python program onto your system. In Windows, the executable machine code for Python itself is likely in a file with a name like python.exe. It says this is probably more than you wanted to know, but sometimes it pays to answer those little nagging questions. And I appreciate that. It's good to know how something works under the hood in a general sense, so that you have an idea of what's actually happening. So let's write a program. Typing commands into the Python interpreter is a great way to experiment with Python features, but it's not recommended for solving more complex problems. When we want to write a program, we use a text editor to write the Python instructions first, and that's called a script. So by convention, Python scripts have names that end with .py, and if you're working in VS Code, you'll see that when you end something with a file name of PI, it's going to put a little Python symbol next to it. It might also ask you if you want to install an extension to help with Python formatting, and I did install that extension. It's a Microsoft extension. It's perfectly fine. I would recommend installing that just so you have syntax checking, debug help, nice colors, that kind of thing. You can execute a program by just simply saying Python and then the name of the file, which will print it. So we can just create a quick little program here to demonstrate that. So I'm just going to create a new file here. We'll call it hello.py, like so. And in the file here, we'll just say print, and then we will call that file from within Python. So first off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the base command line here. You'll notice that it's important. You got to pay attention to the examples here to show whether or not they're actually in the interpreter or whether they're at the command line level. So in this case, we can tell that it's not using the interpreter because the $sign's there. So I'm going to quit the interpreter. All right. And then I'm going to say Python hello.py. There we go. And so that called my Python script here, my little program, and output the result into the console. Okay. So I'll give you a minute to do that. I went kind of quickly there. So does anybody have any questions about this particular example? Desert Moon says, day one of learning Python, and I'm thinking it's time to update my resume. Hey, I get the feeling that if you're already familiar with another language like JavaScript, this is going to come fairly quickly to you. Generally, the devil's in the details when learning a new language, right? It's the little fiddly things that are very different from that other language, but the overall concepts are very easy to grasp because they're similar to that other language. Oh, I get you, Ocleus. Okay. They say, I was wrong. I was confusing built-in functions like quit and type with reserved keywords like if or try. Okay, I got you. Yeah, hey, that's why we review this stuff, right? Even if you already know Python, even if you've been using Python for years, sometimes it can be good to go back to the basics because you kind of refresh yourself on, oh yeah, that's what this is versus this, or it's good to review basic concepts once in a while. That's why I still do basic JavaScript, projects here on stream, because it helps keep me fresh on why we're doing the things we're doing, right? All right, so did anybody have any issues with executing their little program here? If you decided to do it. I would highly recommend recommend that you follow along and actually do these examples, even if they seem super simple and obvious, because You don't know what you don't know until you realize you don't know it. Crypot says, can't you just type your hello world and press play up top? Yes, we could. I have an extension installed that can run code directly. But what we're going to do here is we're going to really kind of stick with the with how the examples are telling us to do it, because if we branch out and we try to use other methods from the start, then we might get to a point in the material where what we're trying to do isn't compatible with what they're asking us to do, right? So yeah, I could probably click run and this would probably work. Yeah, it worked. You know, I can see it right there. But it's important to know how do I interact with Python if I don't have these extra tools, right? Because having extensions and having, you know, things that can handle some of that stuff for us is fantastic. It's awesome. But you might not always be in a situation where you have those tools. What if you're in a job interview, right? What if you sit down in a job interview and they give you just a regular command line, just a no frills, regular old command line. And they ask you to do something in Python, to execute some stuff, to build a script and execute it. You better be sure you know how to do it. So can you do it this way? Absolutely. But it's important to know how to do it the basic way first. So if you ever need it, you know exactly what you're doing. Oh, did you figure it out, Coder Girlfriend? Sounds like you might have. Good troubleshooting. All right, so we were able to execute our little very basic Python script here. Don't worry, we're going to get more practice with this. So we call the Python interpreter and tell it to read its source code from the file hello.py instead of prompting us for lines of Python code interactively. And also too, you know, when it's reading from a file, it knows when to stop. So we don't have to, you know, tell it when to close the interpreter. We don't need to type quit or anything like that. It knows when it's reached the end of the file. No worries, Coder Girlfriend. Good troubleshooting. Good job. Self-troubleshooting is always the best feeling when you just get it. All right, so we're going to do this one next section. We're going to execute an actual, real, bona fide working program that actually does something useful, and then we will take a break, okay? So a program is a sequence of Python statements that have been crafted to do something. I always think of a program as it's just a bunch of code that was put together to accomplish a very specific task. Let's see. Think about a problem that a program might be built to solve, and then looking at a program that would solve that problem. So for example, here's a great application, the type of thing that Python gets used for very often. So you're doing social computing research on Facebook posts, and you're interested in the most frequently used word in a series of posts. You could print out the stream of Facebook posts and pore over the text looking for the most common word, but that would take a long time and be very mistake prone. You would be smart to write a Python program to handle the task quickly and accurately so you can spend the weekend doing something fun. And I will personally admit that I've probably spent more time than I would like to admit sometimes trying to do data analytics using SQL and Excel in something that I knew could be done much more quickly in Python. Now, I love Excel, don't get me wrong. Excel is a fantastic program. It's probably the best piece of software that humanity has ever created because it's useful for so many things in a broad sense and usable by so many people at any skill level. So Excel is fantastic, but I know there are times when I have jerry-rigged something together in Excel that could have been done much more quickly and efficiently with a few lines of Python. So this is an example of that type of thing. So there is a bit of text here, and we're trying to figure out the most common word in that text and how many times it occurs. So I've already dropped that text into a file here. Oh, Toby Rama, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. So I've already dropped that text into a file here. We can see on the right. And I've saved that file as test.txt. So imagine that you're doing this task looking at millions of lines of text. Frankly, it would be quicker for you to learn Python and write a Python program to count the words than it would be to manually scan the words. Exactly. So there's this little program here in Python to find the most common word in a text file. So what we're going to do is you can just copy this, and you're going to create a new file called words.py, and just save it in your script directory there. And I just pasted the whole thing into this file right here. Actually, I'm going to paste it again because I don't know why it's saying that I changed something when I didn't. So just going to paste it again, and we're going to save it. So now this whole script is ready to execute, and I have the text that I want to analyze saved in a separate file. And so what this program is going to do is it's going to prompt me for a file name. I simply enter the name of the file. It's going to analyze it and quickly spit out the most commonly used word and how often that word occurs. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. So just like we did before with the previous file, I can simply say Python, and then I can say words.py. And notice that it's giving me a prompt. So really quickly, if we look at the script here, it's declaring some variables, and the very first variable it declares, now we're not going to analyze this in depth yet. We're going to go over it later. Let me just get rid of that sidebar there. The very first thing it essentially creates an input, request for input, enter file. And then the very next variable is open, and it's going to open that file. So it kind of makes logical sense what's happening here. It's asking you for a file name, and then it's going to open that file name, and then it's going to do some analysis on it. So we'll go over this more in depth later on, but for now, I just wanted to point out already we've got some useful properties that we can use with Python. Number one being input. How do we get input from the user? We just call input and enter a prompt. And that will take that input and save it in a variable for us. All right, so our file is test.txt, test.txt, not text, test.txt. There we go. All right, and immediately it gives me the answer. No time at all. Obviously, it was a very small file, but again, Python is very efficient at doing this type of work. Very similar to SQL. You know, SQL is great at crunching big data in databases too, and Python is equally fantastic about, the data doesn't have to be in a database. It can be in any format really, and Python can analyze it and, get generate statistical output for you. So the most commonly used word in the file was the, and it was used 7 times. Now you can fact check that if you want, but it gives you the word and the amount of times it occurred. Yeah. Let me catch up with chat here. Mattel says, you never know what kind of environment they have standardized at an employer until after you start. So it's good to learn how to do the non-GUI way. Yeah, absolutely. I think, I consider Excel or Google Sheets, which are pretty comparable. Those are pretty universal, in a business sense. So if you're interacting with the business side at all, I think Excel and or Google Sheets are really useful to know regardless of, what your employer is. But yeah, in most cases, in a broader sense, I would say that yes, learning to do things the basic way, the non-GUI way, you're not using crutches, you're not using a bunch of layers between you and what's actually happening. I think that's fantastic. Absolutely. Because you never know what stack your employer is going to be using specifically, and they're probably going to be using a lot of, either really outdated or really bespoke internal stuff that is used literally nowhere else. Yeah. Hi Gmod says, Excel is what gave me confidence to learn programming. I saw an if statement in JavaScript and I thought, hey, that looks familiar. Yeah. Now I'm a full-time JavaScript developer. That's so awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. I love that. And it's true. A lot of people, see Excel and they think it's not really, a programming tool, but it absolutely is. Anytime you type something into a formula bar and you use something like sum, it's essentially a function call. You're calling a function. Even the syntax is the same. And I have an Excel stream that I did, maybe 6 months ago where we kind of talked about that, and that, you can even create your own functions in Excel, just like you can in JavaScript. And now in newer versions of Excel, you can even literally write TypeScript functions, like literal TypeScript in Excel to do stuff, to do macros or create functions or, scripts to do stuff. You can just write straight up TypeScript in Excel. And so, yeah, Excel is really kind of a sneaky GUI based programming tool, but most users won't ever realize that. Because yeah, it can do all the things a programming language can do pretty much. Maybe not as efficiently, but it absolutely can. And so it's a great gateway towards more advanced programming and learning how computer logic works. Learning how to do if statements and not and handle errors and that kind of thing. All those are programming concepts that you can learn in Excel first. So I absolutely agree. Yeah, the whole thing with Excel formulas actually being functions is mind blowing to so many people. But if you look at the formula bar in Excel, the little symbol for the formula bar is F for function, like FX, right? For function. Yeah, that's what they are. So anytime you call something built in, you're calling a function to do a specific task, right? It's a little snippet of code that accomplishes something specific based on what arguments you pass into it. The function, baby. Yep. All right, so we have actually executed our first real bona fide multi-line program in Python, and it did exactly what it was supposed to do. So you can feel free to test this if you want to find a larger block of text and put it in here and save it in your text file, and then try executing it and see what happens. Grab an article during the break, grab an article off Wikipedia and run it through the program and see what you get. The whole goal here is that you start out by just copying what you see, and then you start experimenting a little bit, and that could be your first step in experimenting with these programs. All right, any questions before we go to the break? So we're making pretty good time here. We might be able to get into chapter 3 as well. I knew we were going to get through lessons 1 and 2, but we might get into chapter 3, which would be awesome. We might not get all the way through it, but alrighty. Well, if anybody has any other questions, also too, and I forgot to say this at the start, especially as we get into more advanced topics and things like that. Do feel free to ask questions as you have them. There's no such thing as a stupid question. There's no such thing as a silly question. Those aren't real. They don't exist. All questions are valid as long as they're asked in good faith. So if you're really asking the question to actually ask the question because you want to know the answer, then it's a good question. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions. If you come up with any questions after the break or during the break, feel free to ask them. I'll catch up with chat when we get back. Rex, I see your question, and I will gladly answer that right after the break, okay? So stay tuned after the break, and I will answer Rex's question and any other questions that folks come up with during the break. Alrighty, we'll be right back, 5 minutes, and I will see you all again shortly. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back. If you're coming back, make sure that you are staying hydrated, refill your water. Make sure that if you've been sitting this entire time, that you get up and stretch. If you've been standing this whole time, like I have, that you go sit down for a minute and just move your body a little bit, stretch out. Don't want to get carpal tunnel. And then come on back. And as always, pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant others with their permission, of course, and then come on back. All right, everybody, welcome back. And first off, I want to answer Rex's question, which I absolutely love. Sorry, my hair is kind of damp. I took a shower right before I started streaming, which is never a good idea. So my hair is looking particularly gnarly on stream today, but that's all right. Rex says, how do you feel about going through the beginner stuff when you already know how to program? I think that's a fantastic question. And I kind of touched on it earlier when I said, no matter how advanced you are, there's never a bad time to go back and cover the basics. Because I think one of the most common fallacies that we encounter as we're learning something, or even when we're really good at something, is we tend to skim over the parts that we're less comfortable with, right? You're learning something and you're like, ooh, that looks hard, or, oh, I don't really know much about that. I'm just going to skim over that. I'm going to, work around it. I'm going to kind of ignore that for now. And when you actually have to, stand in front of an audience and talk through everything step by step, every little bit, every definition, all these concepts, you really you have to know it in order to be able to teach it, right? You have to be able to stand up here and explain it in a way that others can understand. And if you don't understand it, then you're not going to be able to explain it. And so it really kind of helps. I kind of think of it as, as you're learning something new, you're building a house and you're putting floors on top of that house. And you build your foundation, and then you're putting, you're stacking more and more and more on top of that foundation. And then when you go back to that foundation, and you actually have to go and really inspect it and look for any cracks or look for any missing bricks or, any places where you forgot to, hammer in a nail, right? You're going to see that and you're going to have to fix it. And so it's more of, you're just kind of cementing that knowledge. You're strengthening that foundation even more when you go back, no matter how advanced you are, when you go back and have to explain it to others. So for me, this is a fantastic thing to do. Yeah, and I've never done Python before, so it's not really applicable here. This is all new to me as well. But if I'm talking about something like SQL, which I've done for over a decade now, teaching basic SQL classes for me is a good thing because it makes darn sure that I know exactly what I'm talking about, even if I use these things every single day, that I know why I use them, that I know exactly why they work the way they do, because I'm going to have to talk about them. And so I think it's a great thing. I love that feeling of going back and being like, yeah, actually, I do know what I'm doing, right? And sometimes I find gaps in my knowledge and I have to refresh something, or like, oh my gosh, I never, that's just not something I use every day. I really need to, remind myself how that works before I go up and talk about it in front of you all. So yeah, for me, it's a great thing. I think it's valuable to anyone, even if you're not a streamer, even if you're not, teaching others, to make sure that you really understand something. Stand up in front of a mirror and pretend that you're teaching somebody. Are they going to understand it? Teach your dog. I don't know. Explain it to your significant other or your kid. Can you make it entertaining for your kid? If you sit down for dinner, can you explain the basics of Python to your kid and make it entertaining in a kid-friendly way? That's gonna really show you whether or not you understand it. That's the challenge. And it's a thing that a lot of people don't do. And so then they have these big gaps of the places they intentionally decided to skip over when they were learning something because it seemed too hard or it seemed unpleasant or it didn't seem fun. Yeah. So I hope that's helpful. Mbe says, are you using Python for backend or front end, or using for other in this course? I think my primary use case for Python is going to be for backend data analytics. I'm planning to use Python for work, for basically analyzing big data. We're talking data warehouses with, we're talking individual tables with millions of rows, and then, hundreds of tables with millions of rows in one data warehouse out of many. And when you get to analysis at that scale, you really need to be efficient. And so, if you start to encounter files that are too big for some solutions like Excel or any GUI based solution, you really need to get down to the code level and be able to analyze it just directly using something like Python. So for me, that's going to be the application. Coder Girlfriend says, teach yourself and then share it live for the community on Twitch. That's basically what I do. Yep. I go through it myself first, and then I get up in front of you all here, and I go through it again, and by golly, that really puts it right into my brain. It's really, for me, it's my motivations for streaming are somewhat selfish in that this is the best way for me to learn and make sure that I darn well have a grasp of the material, right? Because I can't talk about it if I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, so prior to the break, we ran our little program. And this is a good example of how Python is acting as an intermediary between you and between the end user and the programmer, right? So you're facilitating that interaction. And neither of us are talking to Python. Instead, we're communicating with each other through Python. Yeah, such a good way to learn. Rex says, I don't mind you're selfish. Yeah, exactly. It's hey, it's mutually beneficial, right? I get better comprehension, and I overcome my ADHD fueled lack of motivation by saying like, man, I gotta learn this stuff because I gotta teach it in 2 hours. That works really well for me personally. All right, so in the next few chapters, we're going to learn the vocabulary, sentence structure, paragraph structure, and story structure of Python, and how we combine those to create programs. So conceptual patterns are going to be input, taking something from the user or from an outside, like a sensor, thinking in terms of something like a Raspberry Pi. You could have like a weather sensor on it, right? Any kind of outside input. And then output, what are we sending out from the program? Sequential execution, so performing statements one after another in the order they are encountered. Conditional execution, this is kind of where we actually get into more of the logic of programming. Checking for certain conditions and then executing or skipping a sequence of statements. And then repeated execution. This is where we get into the concept of, functional programming, right? Where you can call something over and over again, and it will execute the same way every single time. That's repeated execution. And then reusable, right? Writing a set of instructions once, giving them a name, and reusing those instructions as needed. Again, talking about functions, things that you can just execute over and over again. Don't have to write them more than once. You're keeping your program dry. Don't repeat yourself. But of course, it's never that simple. Nothing in program is ever that simple. It's like saying that walking is simply putting one foot in front of the other. The art of writing a program is composing and weaving these basic elements together many times over to produce something that is useful to the users. And the word counting program above directly uses all of these patterns except for one. So just as a little pop quiz. Now, I do like to have little quizzes in my streams normally, and so this will be the first one. The word counting program above directly uses all of the patterns except for one. What is the one that it does not use? And I'll pull it up here so you can see it. What doesn't it use? And this could be open to a little bit of interpretation, so there's no wrong answer. What do you think? the word count. So the question is the word counting program above. So this program that's here on the right directly uses all of these patterns except for one. What is the one it does not use? So let's go through them. So Sir Ferris, welcome to the stream. They say they guess reuse. Sure. Good guess. Anybody else have any guesses? Reuse. Orzo says reuse. So does it use input? Yes, I believe it does because it's taking an input from the user, right? Does it use output? Yep, I would say so because it's doing a print here, right? We're printing something at the end. Does it use sequential execution? I would say so, yeah, because we're kind of, we're executing a series of statements in order. Does it have conditional execution? Checking for certain conditions and then executing or skipping a sequence of statements. I would say yes, because we have an if statement here, right? If this is true, do this. If not, yes, exactly. As Orzo said, there's an if statement. Does it have repeated execution? I would say this might be a little bit open to interpretation, but I would say arguably yes. For example, we're assigning, we have this for loop here. And also too, we're assigning variables more than once too, right? First we declare it here and then we reassign it again. So that's a repetition. And then we also have the for loop where we are repeatedly executing over and over and over again for every single word that's in the file. So I would say that's repeated execution. And so that really just leaves reuse, where we write a set of instruction once, give them a name, essentially where we declare a function, right? And this script doesn't involve any function declarations. So this is the one that is not on display in this program, I would say. Yep, reuse equals functions. Yeah, and there's no function declarations here. All right, so then a brief look at what could possibly go wrong. And as always, when you're learning a new language, one of the best things you can do is become comfortable with troubleshooting. Troubleshooting is an unfortunate part of life, and it shouldn't ever be seen as a failure, right? Maybe your code didn't work the first time, but it's giving you valuable information on what's wrong with your code. And sometimes if you're lucky, it'll tell you how to fix it. Although that's not necessarily common. It depends on how good the error messages are in your chosen language. But sometimes if you're lucky, you get some instructions on how to fix it. So errors, we should get comfortable with errors. We should get comfortable with troubleshooting. And so here's an example of what could possibly go wrong. We must communicate very precisely when we write Python code. The smallest deviation or mistake will cause Python to give up looking at your program. And beginning programmers often take the fact that Python leaves no room for errors as evidence that Python is mean, hateful, and cruel. While Python seems to like everyone else, Python knows them personally and holds a grudge against them. Because of this grudge, Python takes our perfectly written programs and rejects them as unfit just to torment us. I freaking love that those couple sentences there. That's perfect. I think as programmers, we have all felt at some point that our code has started to develop sentience and personally, show animosity towards us. I think we've all felt that, be like, I swear this thing is alive and it hates me. But it's important to remember that that's not true. And as Rex says, so I don't need to self-flagellate every time my program doesn't run correctly. Yeah, it's a really common thing, especially when you're a newer programmer, especially maybe if you started working at a new job, to want to be seen as perfect or to want to get everything right the first time. Because in school, that's how you're graded, right? You got to get everything right or you don't pass. But in the real world, that's not really how it works. Python is just a tool. It has no emotions. And I love that he says it has no emotions, then immediately says it's happy to serve you, but it's ready to serve you whenever you need it. Its error messages sound harsh, but they're just Python's call for help. It has looked at what you typed, and it simply cannot understand what you've entered. So in this example, first error here is a syntax error, invalid syntax. All right, so what is wrong with, sorry, let me scroll back down. What caused this error? So what caused this syntax error? Caught y'all off guard. I started asking you questions. Didn't know that was coming, did you? What caused the syntax error? There's no parentheses. Correct. There's something else wrong too. Yeah. They also spelled print wrong. Primped. Exactly. So 2 problems. Missing parentheses and misspelling the print keyword. Yep. Exactly right. So now you can kind of see the progression of troubleshooting, right? First thing they realized was, oh, hey, I forgot the parentheses. And then it gives them an other error, but this error is actually helpful. It says name print is not defined. Did you mean print? So it guessed that that's what they were trying to do. And then they tried to type, I hate you, Python. And then it said invalid syntax, which is hilarious. And then they typed, if you come out of there, I will teach you a lesson. And then it said invalid syntax. I think we've all done that at some point. I don't think that's unique to this particular person who wrote the example, but everyone properly identified that there are actually 2 problems, a misspelling of print and missing parentheses. All right, I'll zoom back out here a little bit. I think this is probably good. But yes, good job, chat. You correctly figured out the problem. Emperor Sean says, I have some knowledge of Python. I haven't done it in a while. I'm mostly focusing on coding challenges and my internship. Interning as a software engineer. Awesome. Print instead of print. Yep, you exactly got it right. Web developer says, why should we need to learn Python? We know JavaScript, so we can use Node.js for backend and no need to learn Python. It depends on what you're trying to build, right? I'm a data professional. So this is, like I've mentioned before on stream, I don't get paid for web development. That's not my job. My job is working with big data and delivering to customers exactly what they need from that data. And so for me, Python is geared really heavily toward data analysis, working with incredibly mind-bogglingly huge amounts of data and doing quick and efficient analysis on that data. So that's why I'm learning Python. You don't have to learn Python if you're only interested in web development. Node is just fine for that. But for my use case, I absolutely want to learn Python because it's highly applicable to my job. Yep. Again, and like we've said so many times here on stream, right? It's all about what is the right tool for my job, right? What is the right tool for the job I'm trying to accomplish? We talk about that a lot when we're talking about whether we should use ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT is just a tool like anything else. Python is just a tool. JavaScript is just a tool. There's no one size fits all right answer for every use case. And so you need anytime you're starting a new project, you need to very critically think, do I have the right tools for this job? Maybe I'm trying to use something I'm really familiar with and it's not working. Is there a different tool I could be using? And so in my case, I'm trying to learn a new tool so I can expand my knowledge base and be more efficient at my job. All right, so yes, and Python is just a tool. It has no emotions as much as we would like to think it does sometimes. Python is much more like a dog, loving you unconditionally, having a few keywords that it understands, and looking at you with a sweet look on its face, waiting for you to say something it understands. When Python says syntax error, invalid syntax, it's simply wagging its tail and saying, you seem to say something, but I just don't understand what you meant, but please keep talking to me. That makes Python seem adorable. So there's 3 general error types. We have syntax errors, which is where you basically screwed up the grammar of Python, right? You tried to type something in the words that Python understands, and you probably made a spelling error or you forgot parentheses or something like that. Logic errors occur when you've gotten all your syntax correct, but your statements don't make logical sense. A good example of a logic error might be take a drink from your water bottle, put it in your backpack, walk to the library, and then put the top back on the bottle. So that doesn't make logical sense. And then finally, we have semantic errors. That's when your description of the steps to take is syntactically perfect and in the right order, but there's simply a mistake in the program. It doesn't do what you intended it to do. So it works, but it doesn't work as intended. So, for example, if you were giving a person directions to a restaurant and said, when you reach the intersection with the gas station, turn left and go 1 mile, and the restaurant is a red building on your left. Your friend is very late and calls you to tell you that they are on a farm and walking behind a barn with no sign of a restaurant. Then you say, did you turn left or right at the gas station? And they say, I followed your directions perfectly. It says turn left and go 1 mile at the gas station. Then you say, I'm very sorry, because while my instructions were syntactically correct, they sadly contained a small but undetected semantic error. So these are the 3 types of errors. First off, you probably spelled something wrong. Hopefully, if you're using something like VS Code and you have the Python extension installed, then you will, get an indication. You'll get a red squiggly line that tells you, hey, you probably spelled something wrong, or, you forgot a parenthesis or whatever. And then logical errors probably not going to be able to be detected by your chosen IDE, but hopefully detectable on execution when it fails, or gives you an error when it on execution. And then semantic errors are the most difficult errors to find, right? Especially if you're doing like a complicated set of analysis, it might give you an answer, but you better be able to determine whether or not that's the correct answer or the intended answer. Is it doing what you intended? And so then debugging is important. Sure, of course, Emerald Wolfie. Glad to see Dr. Chuck again. Yeah, it's been a great course so far. Feel free to join us next week as we continue the course. Hey, Mr. Friend, good to see ya. Sir Ferris says, data science, the not so fun part of AI. Yep. And again, that's another reason why Python is so important. AI on the surface to the user looks very fancy and it's fun to use and very flashy, but people always forget that underneath it is absolute reams of data. All of that data has to be cleaned, it has to be sanitized, it has to be analyzed before it can ever be fed into an AI or an LLM, right? It has to be, otherwise you get garbage in, garbage out. And so you have to make sure that the data going in is good data. And the best way to do that is with data science and data analysis. And a lot of that is done using Python or SQL or many other backend sort of tools. All right, so for debugging, it kind of gives you some tips here. I think we probably know a lot of these. Try reading your code, just look at it visually, try running it, seeing if you get errors or different errors. Take some time to think, step away. This is the hardest part for, I think, a lot of us. Walk away from your code for a minute. And yeah, retreat for a while if you need to. Go do something else, take a walk. Beginning programmers sometimes get stuck on one of these activities and forget the others. If you get stuck on one activity, try the others. Run small, simple tests. I think we know a lot of this stuff already. Beginning programmers are often reluctant to retreat because they can't stand to delete a line of code, even if it's wrong. If it makes you feel better, copy your program into another file before you start stripping it down. Then you can paste the pieces back a little bit at a time. I have definitely done that more than once. So this talks about just kind of the rest of the course. Stuff might not make sense to you immediately, and that's fine. We'll be revisiting topics as we go, which is absolutely the best way to learn. Don't hesitate to be nonlinear in how you approach the material. Look forward and backwards and read with a light touch. By skimming more advanced material without fully understanding the details, you can get a better understanding of the why of programming. By reviewing previous material, we just talked about this, I love this. By reviewing previous material and even redoing earlier exercises, you will realize that you actually learned a lot of material, even if the material you are currently staring at seems a bit impenetrable. Yeah, absolutely go back and review. 100% is important to revisit stuff you think you already know, because there'll be stuff about it that you have forgotten or that you didn't get the first time. And enjoy the aha moments. Don't stay up all night. Take a break, take a nap, have a snack, talk to your dog. And all those things are things I've already touched on. And I'm so glad that Dr. Chuck agrees with me in that regard with what the best ways to learn are. All right, and we have just finished the second lesson. Look at us go. We have plenty of time to keep going with lesson 3. I love this. Mr. Friend says, why doesn't 100 Devs provide certificates of completion? It kind of does if employers need them, but in general, 100 Devs does not provide certificates of completion because, in general, unless you have very high-level certificates like ones from, Amazon, like AWS Cloud or Microsoft Azure, most certificates are useless. They don't do anything. They don't provide value. They don't denote anything other than the fact that you have completed a Udemy course. And a lot of the times having a certificate can backfire because it makes you look like a noob, right? It makes you look inexperienced in that the only thing you have to show for yourself is a certificate, rather than the actual work you have done on real jobs for real clients. That should be the focus of your public presence, is to be like, hey, look, I ain't learning this stuff. I'm actually doing this stuff, right? I haven't just been sitting here doing tutorials all day. I have been building, working, putting stuff out there in the real world. I have the skills. I am ready to work for you and do the job. So that's the general consensus of why 100 Devs doesn't just give you a certificate at the end of the course, because it can often be detrimental to you. Yeah. So make sure that if you have projects, if you have things you've done for real people, that you're focusing on those and not on just pieces of paper, certs. Yep, projects, and clients are the best things you can put on your resume and on your LinkedIn to show that you actually have the skills to build something real, that you haven't just been building, tic-tac-toe and calculators in a boot camp for the past year. Even if you have been, if you have actual client projects, focus on those, right? Doing a boot camp is not a bad thing. It's a great thing. I did the boot camp. But what's important is what you focus on. The boot camp just gives you the skills. It's not the end game. The end game is actually putting things out there in the world for others. Yeah, of course, Mr. Friends, no problem. Sir Ferris says, I'd argue that data is 70% of an AI app. Absolutely. I would argue that the percentage is even higher. Yeah, data is so important to the modern world, which is why I love what I do, which is why I love my day job so much. In my day job, I'm pretty much invisible. I don't work directly with customers. I'm very much, I don't get a lot of recognition. Like, my whole team doesn't. It's not just me, but like my whole team, just the nature of our work is very behind the scenes. It's not glamorous. We're never going to get accolades for anything that we do because the customers never see it. The executives don't understand it. And so it's really not a field that you go into for recognition and rewards. But I love it so much because it is so vital and important, and data really runs the world. It runs the university that I work for could not function without the data that we provide. And the whole world runs that way. Even now, more so now in the world of AI. It's so important. And so that's why I love working on the back end with data so much, because the world couldn't run without people like us. Yeah, of course, Crypot. 100%. Emperor Sean says, I had some unsuccessful clients. If you had a client and you built something for them, it doesn't matter if they're unsuccessful or not. Show it off. The interviewer or the person you're talking to doesn't have to know that it didn't work out. Why do you have to tell them that? Doesn't matter. You still built something, so show that off. Rex Recker says, sounds like a job I would love as well. I feel uncomfortable being the center of attention. Yeah, it is nice. You're less on the hook. You're less in the spotlight. It is nice. That is nice that you don't have so when I was working for real quick tangent here, sorry. When I was working in my previous role as a data analyst, I was in a very central department. So my department reported directly to essentially the CFO, the chief finance officer, at the university. And so very centralized, very visible at the executive level. And so every decision was extremely important. The way we presented things was extremely important. What we said, what we didn't say, how we formatted things, how we phrased things, always under the microscope, always under the spotlight. And it was very relaxing to go from that straight into a role where, yeah, okay, you don't get the same amount of recognition. Like, the executives aren't going to know your name, but you also don't get scrutinized for every single thing. Every little thing, every little decision, you can format stuff however the heck you want because nobody's going to see it. So that is nice. I like the back end. That's my happy place, definitely. Uh, Mr. Friend says, I appreciate Mindwolf's bias of optimism and is also for, as Leon might say, keeping it real regarding this comment. Yeah, exactly. It's all about how we frame things, right? And not everything's going to go well for you. You're going to encounter challenges, whether you're learning a language, working with clients. Yeah, it's not going to be all happy smiles and balloons, but what all depends is how you recover from that, and then how you turn lemons into lemonade, as it were. What can you gain from those failed client relationships, right? Surely there was something good that came out of it, whether it was part of a project, a tool, a framework, something that you can show off, a better contract that you're going to use in the future. There's always things to gain, even from failure. Sir Ferris says, I'm an AI engineer. Oh, that's awesome. And absolutely hate doing data cleaning and manipulation, but I still do it because without it, my models would have atrocious performance. Exactly. That's the secret part that people don't know about these magical AIs and LLMs. Is that the secret is that most data is garbage. You can collect as much data as you want. You can collect data all day long, but how do you turn it from garbage into something that you can use? And literally, that's basically what my career is. That's what my job is right now. I turn data in from just noisy garbage into something that the customers actually want to make use of. And so, yeah, that's the vital part that makes these LLMs work, that makes these AI models work, that makes any corporate projection possible, is being able to actually analyze and clean data into a state that's usable by others. Dan says life is a bleak, desolate hellscape unless we show list comprehension soon. Yeah, I don't think we get to lists until like chapter 7, so you're gonna have to wait a little bit, Dan. We're still in the basics, my friend. Take our time. All right, let's keep going. So at the end of each chapter, there's a glossary. So if you ever encounter a word, especially if you're not a native English speaker and you're going through this, just remember at the end of each chapter, there's a glossary. And so you can go through and find the definition for that word. And we also have our exercises here. So if you did what I recommended and you actually signed in and signed in with Google, you get this lovely kind of checklist here. And at the end of each lesson, so we're in this lesson here, there is an auto grader and there is a quiz. So I've already done both of these, but hopefully it'll let me back in so I can do them again. So you'll want to do both of these things in the tools section here, because that will add these little check marks to your progress. And also too, once you complete these items too, I do believe that unlocks some additional stuff too. I'd have to look back, but yeah, there are perks to completing all of the lessons and all the quizzes and all the all that stuff. So let's see, that's the wrong one. Go next. Chapter 7, dramatic fainting. All right, let's see how well we comprehend all this stuff. So we'll do the auto grader first. This is a really simple little thing. Reset this code. All right. So in this auto grader here, it's just going to give you a code snippet. This is where the output for our code will show up, and this is what the desired output should be. So they're wanting to see hello world printed out in lowercase. So what do I need to do in order to fix this so that it will show up as the desired output? This should be, if you've been following along so far, this should be a pretty easy question. I know you know the answer, Dan. I have only snarky answers. Well, what's the answer? Correct spelling. Crypot says, yeah, it's the same issue that we looked at before, right? We just need to correct the spelling, and then we can click check, and we can see that our output matches. And if you get it right, it'll tell you whether or not you got the question right. So if you got it right, it'll say grade updated. If you didn't, it will say, it'll say in red, please try again. So it'll tell you whether or not you got it right. All right, and then when you're done, you just say done, and then that'll put that little check mark on your assignments. Now let's do the quiz. All right, so I've already done it once, but we're going to do it again. When Python is running in the interactive mode and displaying the chevron prompt, the 3 angle brackets, what question is Python asking? So we'll go A, B, C, D. A, what is your favorite color? B, what Python statement would you like me to run? C, what Python script would you like me to run? Or D, what is the next machine language instruction to run? What do you think? A, B, C, or D? This one's a little tricky right off the bat. Obviously A. I'm not going to ruin my score by choosing A. Nerdable guesses D. Okay, what do we think? So let's think about this answer a little bit. So remember that in Chaotic Rage guesses C, and Chaotic Rage says or B. So looks like our 3 possible logical contenders are B, C, and D, right? So let's go through each one. We'll start with D. So this one says, what is the next machine language instruction to run? Now, when we talked about Python, how did we describe Python as a language? What kind of a language is it? What kind of a language is Python? Is it low level? Or, yeah, it's high level, right? Python is a high level language. Similar to JavaScript. It's more similar to English than it is to binary, right? Ones and zeros. It's a far cry from ones and zeros that the machine actually knows how to read. Yeah. So machine language would be described more as binary code because that's what the machine actually knows how to read, or assembly, whatever, something low level. And so I think we can kind of just discount this answer because it doesn't really describe the type of language that Python is. Surridge Live, thank you so much for the follow. And also Francio87, thank you for the follow. I forgot to thank you for that earlier. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Dan's sweating, hovering over A. I will not be answering A. All right, so B and C are the next contenders, and these two are very similar. Now, let's think about what happens when the chevron prompt is being displayed, right? When the chevron prompt was being displayed, I could type an individual line of Python and hit enter, and that would immediately be executed, right? Versus when I didn't use the chevron prompt, when I just executed a file, like a Python file from the command line, that was a little bit different, right? So when the chevrons are displayed, what am I entering? I'm entering individual lines of code, right? And what do you think the appropriate descriptor for that would be? Is it a statement or a script? I would consider this to be a script, right? This whole file here, everything we saved in the file, that sounds more like a script. Whereas an individual sentence, like if we're talking about English, an individual sentence could probably be described as more of a statement, right? Just a single individual line that we say. Yeah, whereas a script is multiple statements put together. So in this case, I think the appropriate answer would be B. The chevron prompt is looking for individual statements. That's the interpreter. Whereas if we create a whole file with a script containing multiple statements and then execute that, we're not going to use the interpreter, right? So I think B is the appropriate answer here. All right, what will this problem print out? If x is equal to 15 and x is equal to x plus 5, print x. You didn't know I was going to make you do math, did you? What's the answer? Chaotic Rage says 20. Princess Peppermouth, welcome to the stream. Hello, they say 20. I'm hearing 20. Going once. Anybody have a dissent? We should trust royalty. Absolutely. Let's trust royalty. We'll go with 20. All right, this next one's an easy one. Python scripts and files have names that end with what? And I can't drink water. I just spilled it on the floor. Perfect. Yes, they end with PY. Go me. Ugh. Yep, B. Now this one is a maybe a more difficult question. Which of these words is a reserved word in Python? Payroll, names, pizza, or while? Now I already know Dan's answer and it doesn't count. I already know which one Dan would choose. Pizza function, yeah. Yeah, you can't use the pizza keyword. Which one? You thinking while? While. I'm hearing while. Yes. Yeah. And you are absolutely also too, if you're following along here, you're allowed to quote unquote cheat. You're allowed to go look at that list. This is not a situation where you are this is not a situation where you're expected to have this memorized. That's not the point. The point is that you know what it's asking for and that you know where to look to find the answer. So go look at the text if you need to. That's perfectly fine. You're not supposed to have this memorized. And I say that because of the next question. Which of these words are reserved words in Python? Now this is a multi-select. Veteran says, how new is GPT/Python auto typing? It's being told to me minutes of GPT code is worth a day of an actual programmer's typing. How accurate is this? It seems like years just compacted into months of work. So yeah, the whole is GPT going to make programming obsolete question, yeah, is one that happens a lot, right? Because people are scared of ChatGPT. And I think the most important thing to remember is that GPT is a tool, just like anything else. It can help you work faster, just like you said, with like autocomplete, auto typing, Copilot, generating some boilerplate code for you, helping you find the error in your code, that type of thing. But it cannot replace a programmer, because so much of being a developer, being a programmer, is not just writing code. I actually, as a senior developer, I actually spend very little of my time actually writing code. A lot of it is working with customers, doing analysis on the things I've written, doing testing, migrating code, all these things that just are part and parcel with working on a team, working in an organization, working with others. Being in meetings, writing documentation, all those things are outside of actually writing code. So I would say I actually spend a minority of my time literally physically writing code, and the majority of it just executing, testing, organizing, analyzing, communicating, and documenting. So is GPT helpful? Absolutely. Are things like Copilot, autocomplete helpful? Certainly, but we should never take it at face value. We should never trust the output implicitly, because it will get things wrong, and it will get things wrong often and confidently. It will be confidently wrong in its output. So be very careful if you are making use of those tools. Never trust what they say, and use them as helpers, not as replacements. Use them to make your work easier, not to stop doing your work. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, so answer this question, which of these are reserved words in Python? If and break. Yeah, so actually, these are the only two in meetings, endless meetings. Yeah, exactly. That's a huge part of actually being a developer, is sitting in meetings that could have been an email or could have been a Teams message. But hey, it comes with the program, right? Which of these are reserved words in Python? Yeah, break and if are the two words that are on that list. Machine, to do, and concat. I was actually surprised that concat was not on the list, talking about, concatenating things together, but it's not. So there you go. So potentially you could name a variable concat if you wanted, I guess. What is the proper way to say goodbye to Python if you want to, and particularly if you want to exit the interpreter? How do we exit the interpreter? It's like closing Vim. How do you do it? The most important part of any software is knowing how to get out of it. Yeah, we do quit. Type quit to exit the interpreter. No one knows. Exactly. All right, which parts of a computer actually executes the program instructions? This one should be a pretty much of a slow pitch here. Should be pretty easy. Secondary memory, input output, central processing unit, or main memory. A, B, C, or D? What part actually does the execution? Tertiary hamster units. All right, I'll give you this one. It's the central processing unit, right? CPU. Because all of these things, memory is just for storage, input output is for interaction, and processing is for processing. I love this question just because of the way it is. What is code in the context of this course? A way to encrypt data during World War II, a set of rules that govern the style of programs, a sequence of instructions in a programming language, or a password we use to unlock Python features. Yeah, so obviously it's not going to be A, right? Potentially could be D, but it's really not a password. Nothing in Python is locked for us. We can access any part of Python at any point. So really probably the only two valid answers are B and C, right? So why isn't it B? Why is it C and not B? Why is it C and not B? Syntax is a set of rules. So Nerdable says syntax. Chaotic says syntax is a set of rules, I think. But thinking about what the question is actually asking, says a set of rules that govern the style of programs. So yes, syntax does force us to use certain words to accomplish certain tasks. But overall, what we're providing, remember the analogy of the dog, right? It's kind of like when you're communicating with Python, you're using specific words. It's like you're talking to a dog. They know what the word sit means, and they know, I can't say it because my dog's in the room, but they know what WALK means. And they only know what those words are. And what we're providing is instructions. We're not necessarily providing rules with those words. We're providing instructions, and we're telling them what to do using a limited set of words that the program understands. So there's only a certain set of words that the program understands, and we use those words to deliver instructions. Yeah. So this is a bit of a tricky one, right? And that's why I asked the question, because yes, C is the correct answer, but B could potentially be a valid answer. However, when we really think about what's happening here is we are delivering via code, we are delivering instructions. That's what we're doing. We're not setting rules via our code. The rules already exist. We just have to operate within those rules to deliver instructions. Yeah. All right, a USB memory stick is an example of which of the following components. What do we think? Output device, CPU, main memory, or secondary memory? The dog is like, what? Yeah, that's why I didn't, he's asleep right now, so I didn't want to say the word and, wake him up. Yeah, I think it's actually secondary memory. Somebody said earlier that it could be output device, but remember what an output device is. An output device is actually delivering something. It's delivering something like, visible or like a screen, right? It's an output device is like a screen or a, LCD display or a, ticker tape printer, or something like that. Whereas what a USB device is actually doing is it's providing additional memory for the computer to access. So it's actually an example of secondary memory. That USB memory stick you picked up off the airport floor is definitely operating as an output device. Yeah, if it's malicious, then yeah, potentially. But in general, USB sticks serve as secondary memory for your computer. And what is the best way to think about a syntax error when programming? So how do we think about it when we get an error? The computer did not understand the statement that you entered. B, the computer needs to have its software upgraded. C, the computer is overheating and just wants you to stop to let it cool down. D, the computer has used GPS to find your location and hates everyone from your town. Yeah, absolutely A. Although I like the mental image that it absolutely hates you. If you've ever read the classic sci-fi story, I Have No Mouth, Yet I Must Scream, that's literally the plot, is that a computer viscerally hates the remainder of humanity. It's quite a read. But in this case, luckily, we're not there yet. We're still operating in the very basic, the computer just didn't understand what you said. And then finally, this is probably the most difficult question. Which of the following is not one of the programming patterns covered in Chapter 1? Yeah, that's why we say please to ChatGPT. Exactly. Just in case it might have just turned sentient and now hates us. Which of the following is not one of the programming patterns covered in Chapter 1? Random steps, conditional steps, repeated steps, or sequential steps? And you can absolutely go back and look at the material to see the answer to this. Random, conditional, repeated, or sequential. Oh my goodness, Anthony writes code. Hello, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, raiders. We're just doing a quiz. Don't you love it when you come from a raid and you immediately have to do a quiz? Isn't that fun? Isn't that what you came here for? You didn't know there was going to be a test. Did you study? Hey, how's your Python learning going? It's going great, Anthony. We just finished the second lesson, so yeah, having a lot of fun with it so far. Gonna be able to get through part of the next lesson as well, I think. Probably not gonna be able to finish it, but gonna be able to start on it. Hello, Mama Rolf. Welcome. All right, let's take a quick peek back here at the material to see, let's look at the answer. All right. This is perfectly fine to look for. Hey, Easy Light, welcome to the stream. Good to have you all here. What were you all working on your stream? Something cool? All right, let's see. I want to find where this is at. You're doing Advent of Code. Oh, that's so much fun. Yeah, I've actually never done Advent of Code. I've watched other people do Advent of Code. I've actually never done it myself. But I know it's a great way to kind of have those daily challenges to keep up with your skills and really get some juicy problems to try to solve. All right. Let's figure out where this is at. Okay, so here in this chapter, we've got sequential, conditional, repeated. So conditional, repeated, sequential. It looks like the only one that wasn't covered was random. Anthony says, I dealt with an annoying future breakage of GitHub Actions and then did some old advent of code. Yeah, that's awesome, Anthony. So that's one of the things we were actually talking about earlier on this stream is how important it is to go back and, you know, review stuff, right? Even if it's something that you think you already know or you've done before, go back and review it. That's why we're doing this quiz. We just read through the whole chapter. We did all the examples. And then there were still some questions that were kind of difficult, right? Because maybe you didn't have the comprehension you think you had. And so it's always good to go back and review it live too. Like that's, I imagine you probably find this valuable too, is to, you know, talk through this stuff with an audience. Because that better make darn sure that you understand what you're talking about. And to answer questions from chat who might look at it in a different way that you didn't consider. So yeah, it's a great way to do it. Thank you for the follow. Delija the 7th, Anthony writes code, Force Penguin, and X Quantum Leap. Thank you all so much for the follows. And trying to do old puzzles so I can get them 100%. And hey, full completion is a great way too. That's also a good goal. That was my approach when I did literally all of the what was it, the 8Q Code War problems, like all, I don't know, 500 of them or whatever. It wasn't healthy, but it was a goal. 40 Hertz Shadow, thank you so much for the follow as well. All right, let's submit this. Let's see if we got it right. I'm just gonna quickly scroll through these because I was talking while. All right, Python statement 20. Yep, Python while break and if. Say goodbye, quit, central processing unit, instructions, secondary memory. And yeah, I think that feels good. I don't remember all the answers, honestly. These just look reasonable to me. Hooray, we got it. Good job, chat. We got 100%, my friends. Look at us. We understand the material, at least for now. Good job, everybody. All right, let's go on to the next thing, shall we? Also, too, Raiders, if you just joined us, feel free to follow along. 40 Hertz Shadow says, today I learned Python 4e. Hey, nice site. Yeah, this is Python for everyone. It is a free way to learn Python. It is a fully fleshed course. It was written by a professor at the University of Michigan. Not only is there a completely free book that goes with the course, there are free quizzes, there are free discussion boards, and there's free videos too. You know, we aren't watching the videos here on stream, but if you learn better by watching a video, then there are videos covering every single aspect that's discussed in the chapter. There's slides to go along with the video. There's, you know, discussion boards, and then there's even a tracker that will track your progress through the course. So highly recommend. It's a fantastic course, fully free. And if you don't want to learn Python, if you want to learn a different language, then this guy, Dr. Chuck, he wrote several other courses too. We've got Python for everybody, C programming, Django, web applications for everybody, Postgres for everybody. So check out any of these other ones in a similar format. If you'd prefer, if you already know Python or you want to learn a different language, check any of these out as well. Absolutely great guy. Weirdly ominous picture, but he seems like a very friendly, nice guy. Pedro says, no JavaScript, I weak. Well, never fear, Pedro. Most of the time, 99% of all of my other streams cover full stack JavaScript. This is a deviation from my standard content. If you're interested in learning more about the types of things that I normally stream about, you can check out my archive here on Twitch by going to the videos tab, or you can check out my YouTube channel, which has my archive of like 2 years of streams now. Do !YouTube if you want to check that out. It's got my full Twitch archive on there, where I normally do full stack web development using JavaScript, using React, using MongoDB, using SQL, just building web apps all over the place. So that's what I normally talk about. But yeah, also too, I should introduce myself. My name is Mayan Wolf. I teach generally full stack web development. Today we're doing Python, but this is more of a personal goal. But yeah, I teach full stack web development with the 100 Devs program, which you might have heard of. It is a free nonprofit that teaches people how to code for free, teaches web development for free. Also teaches you how to get a job in web development, which is more crucial now than ever. And again, it's all free. No fees ever. There's no obligations. You can just grab all the course materials and dip, or you can participate in our extremely active Discord with like 50,000 members. If you want that sort of community engagement, you can participate in our live discussions, our live Discord stages, where we ask questions about the job hunt, where we talk about struggles, and led by Leon Noel, who is a fountain of knowledge and the most infinitely patient man I have ever encountered in my life. And so, yeah, I'm one of the instructors with the 100 Devs program. And yeah, I make all my stuff free too. So normally I teach folks how to do web development, but in my day job, I am a senior data engineer, senior SQL developer for a major US university. And so this whole Python thing is more for me personally. As a data engineer, I primarily work with SQL, but I want to learn Python because it's so useful for data analysis. And I feel like it'd be really helpful in my day job, the thing I actually get paid for. So focusing on what I get paid for today versus web development. But yeah, Python's been really fun so far. Rex says, Dr. Chuck has been awesome teaching Python and computer programming. Would love to meet him someday. Yeah, he seems like a really cool guy. If you watch any of the videos, very personable. He explains stuff really well. He obviously has a huge passion for the work and for teaching. 40 Hertz says, wait, there are jobs in the tech industry? Yeah, they're just harder to get than ever. And so that's why, like I say, a large portion of the 100 Devs program is not just learning how to code. Anybody can do that. Anybody can learn how to code. But the hard part is getting the job. And so that's where 100 Devs provides the most support, the most live help, is how the frick do I get a job, right? How do I stay motivated while just applying to hundreds of places? Like, how do I not get crushed by the horrible weight of modern capitalism, right? That's the hard part. And so that's mostly what 100 Devs is for, especially nowadays. Bedro says, yeah, I think React would interest me. I recently built a project with Svelte, but I'm very much a beginner and still exploring JavaScript stuff. Well, then you came to the right channel, my friend. I have like a 7 or 8 part series learning React from scratch on my YouTube channel. So !YouTube if you want to find that. Just poke through some of my stuff. We've built plenty of projects in React, all of them very beginner friendly. That's the goal, is to make this stuff seem approachable for people, to make it not seem, esoteric or special or hard, because anybody can do this stuff. You just have to have the right entry door. Turnip, thank you so much for the follow. I love that username. R42in, thank you for the follow. Dompa93, thank you so much for the follows. 40 Hertz says, do any R in your day job? No, I don't. I primarily work so I'm not a data scientist. I primarily work building ETL pipelines. I have used R in the past, like when I was getting my degree in statistics. We just had to do a little bit of R, but I don't remember any of it. I actually forgot I had even done any R until you asked just now. That's how little I remember of it. But yeah, I'm more of I build ETL pipelines. I do a lot of data cleaning, building data structures on the back end, large scale data structures, working with big data structures. I don't do so much of I used to do more analysis, but I don't do as much analysis anymore. I just prepare the data for our customers, and so they can do that analysis on their side. Yeah, lots of data scientists using R. I'm not a data scientist. I don't understand statistics well enough to be a data scientist, actually. I got a degree in statistics and I realized it was not my speed, so I have never done statistics again. Nerdable says, you did the Doggo API last week. That's still one of my favorite projects, even like 2 years later. I love the Doggo API. That was so much fun. Dan says, can I redeem 20,000 channel points for a Vue.js lesson? Yes, but I would ask you to maybe hold on to that until we finish this Python course, because we're going to go through this Python course start to finish, and then we'll need a new topic. And so then, yeah, we could do some Vue, sure. But just hold on to that redemption, so because I want to not forget about it. So let's finish the Python first, and then you can redeem that. You do Elixir for your day job, love me some ETL. I do too. We were just talking about earlier how much I love the work that I do during the day. Yeah, hold on to the redemption, Dan. I do want you to redeem it, just not immediately because I don't want to lose track of it. So, all right. It's actually for us, we are ready to move on to lesson 3. Variables, expressions, and statements. Again, some of this is going to be familiar if you've already done JavaScript or another language, but again, it's still good to cover the basics. We shouldn't allow ourselves to, get complacent and think that we know everything already, because I can guarantee you don't. There's stuff you don't know, or stuff you haven't thought about in a while, or stuff you could look at in a different way. So we're going to do this. We are going to take a break first, though. We are overdue for a break. So take a break, and then we're going to start in on variables, expressions, and statements. So 5 minutes. Stay on the line. Any of the new folks here, my philosophy is there's no such thing as a bad question. There's no such thing as a silly question or a stupid question. If you have questions, please ask them. You're not going to bother me or annoy me. This needs to be a dialogue between us. So I love interacting with chat. I'm not just one of those folks that just, puts blinders on and sits down and works. Those streams can be fun, but that's not what this stream is about. So feel free to ask questions. I will answer a question if it's asked in good faith, and it's somewhat related to the material. And yeah, so feel free to ask any questions during the break, and I will read them when I get back, and then we'll keep on going. Dan says, one day I will find the bad question. Research is ongoing. Dan is on the whole new frontier of looking for the bad question. I wish you luck, my friend. All right, 5 minutes. We'll see y'all back here shortly. Alrighty, folks. Sorry about that. I couldn't find the mute button. So yeah, we got about 30 seconds left in the break. I know I normally give you a minute-long warning, but come on back if you're coming back. Make sure that you're staying hydrated, refill your water, get up and stretch for just a few seconds. If you've been sitting down this whole time, I see you. You've been sitting this whole time. Get up and stretch. Roll your wrists, roll your neck. And as always, pet your cats, pet your dogs, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, and we are back, folks. 40 Hertz says, love that people are live coding more on streams. Yeah, it's fantastic just to see how people work, right? We've seen whenever we go raid somebody, folks are working on such cool stuff. We've raided so many different people. We try to kind of raid, somebody different each time, or somebody, a wide variety of people, and people are just building such cool stuff. And building it live in public in front of others, which is such a vulnerable thing to do, which I think is so cool. 40 Hertz, I absolutely agree. Crypot says, is this session being recorded? Got to get to work. Yes, it is. All my streams are recorded. You can go to the videos tab on my channel and you can see the recordings there. They will be up for 60 days on Twitch, and then they will go to YouTube. So ! YouTube for my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is ad-free. I do not monetize my YouTube channel, even though I could, because I hate ads, and I know you do too. And for me, the ad revenue wouldn't be worth the hassle of ads themselves, so it's non-monetized, if you hate ads as much as I do. Yeah. So yes, the answer to your question, Crypot, it's being recorded on Twitch right now, and will be available on Twitch for 60 days, and then it'll go to YouTube. Of course. I hope your work goes well. Mawe says, hi, how can I force a Python script to only watch in a specific folder for libraries? Can I declare that inside the script, or do I have to change an environment variable somewhere? I am just learning Python right now. I have no idea. But if anybody else knows the answer to Mawe's question, feel free to answer them. Another great thing about chat and doing things live like this is that you've got a bunch of really knowledgeable people in chat most of the time, and they are able to help answer questions like this. So yes, I don't know the answer, but somebody else might. All right, let's keep on trucking. We are going to be able to make some progress in lesson 3 here. Probably not going to be able to finish it, but that's okay. That's why this is a series, folks. I'll leave you on a cliffhanger probably at the end of this stream. All right, here we go. So let's look at variables, expressions, and statements. So this is something, the first topic here, values and types. Types are something if you came from JavaScript exclusively, if JavaScript is the first and only language you've ever learned so far, types might be a little bit unfamiliar to you, or something you are less aware of. Because, JavaScript really is loosey-goosey about types, and you can change the type of a variable whenever you want. It has a very loose interpretation of things like strings versus numbers, right? But many languages are strict about types, including SQL and Python. So a value is one of the basic things that a program works with, like a letter or a number. And the values belong to different types, whereas 2 is an integer, or a number with no trailing decimals, and hello world is a string, so like the written word. Oh, thank you for answering that question, Dan. Hopefully that helps you, Maui. So hello world is a string because it contains a string of letters. You and the interpreter can identify strings because they are enclosed in quotation marks. So we can also print integers. So as an example, if I do start up the interpreter here and I say print 4, even though it's not a string, I can still print it, right? Still works. I can also get the type. If you're familiar with TypeScript, this might look a little bit more familiar to you. But we can also get the type of a particular value. So if I do something like type hello, it will tell me that it's a string, right? It's a string. It gets a little bit trickier when we do something like the value of this. What is going to be the type of this value here? What's the type of this value here? What do we think? I'll scroll up because I exposed the answer. But yeah, it's going to be a string, right? Because it's in quotation marks. No, you're fine, Dan. It's okay. I'm fine with links as long as they're helpful. Yep, it's definitely a string because it's in quotation marks, even though it looks like a number. And we can see that it is indeed a string. Now, something like 3.2, that's going to be a float. It's a decimal. And when you type a large integer, you might be tempted to use commas between groups of 3 digits, as in 1 million. That's not a legal integer in Python, but it is valid, right? It is legal, so it will output something. And what it does is it outputs a comma-separated sequence of integers, so 1, and then a 0 and a 0. And it outputs them as 3 separate numbers. And Mittel says, almost made me say integer. That's why I ask these questions, people. I'm very specific. I'm generally very strategic about the questions I choose to ask. The things I just, gloss over, and then when I turn it back on you guys, because not that I'm trying to trick you, but I'm trying to make you think. I'm trying to make you pay attention, right? That's the hard part. So as an example of that, what they just said there. So if we print, let's say let's do 12 million. We'll do 12 million and 5. We'll do that. Yeah, so because of those commas, it's not valid. Leading zeros in decimal, it's treating it like a leading zero, right? The 005 is not accepted because it's treating it as a separate integer in a list. Yeah. So it thinks the 5 is standalone. What a useful error message, actually. That was a really useful error message. It immediately told me what was wrong. I love that. Compared to SQL, I don't know if you've ever dealt with SQL errors, anybody, but they are the most useless error messages you will ever see. They never tell you anything ever. So y'all are spoiled with, TypeScript, JavaScript, Python. SQL is like hard mode as far as errors go. Anyway. Dan says, I wonder if Python allows an underscore in integers for readability. I don't know. You try it. You talking like something like this? Like 1 underscore 0 0. We'll do this like 1 0 0, like that. Yeah, it does apparently. Let's do. Yeah, apparently it allows for underscores. So the more you know. And that's why we do these examples live, right? Because then you can play around with it a little bit. You can mix it up. You can try stuff. Right. The only error that SQL ever gives you is, hey, you got an error somewhere in there. It never tells you where it is or anything about it or what the error is. Yeah, it's just like, you did it wrong. Try again. Least helpful ever. Can't get over it. All right, variables. One of the most powerful features of a programming language is the ability to manipulate variables. I think we all know what a variable is. I'm not going to harp over that on you, but you can declare a variable very similar to JavaScript. You can declare a variable and assign stuff to it, right? Now, one thing you'll notice is that we don't have to use the let or const keyword here. We can simply state what we want the variable to be called, put it in an equal sign, and do the assignment. We don't have to say let or anything like let or var or const or anything like that. We can simply say, here's the variable name and here's what should be in it. And then we can, perform print operations or call other things against that variable. Now, the type of the variable is determined by the type of the value to which it refers. So when we create this variable message and we assign a string to it, then the type of that variable becomes a string. This type becomes an integer, and this becomes a float. Okay? The walrus operator. It does look like a walrus. So, and as always, and this is just general guidance when you're writing any program, choose variable names that make sense. Don't choose names like A, B, and C unless the scope of that variable is very small and internal, right? Things like an iterator, right? We might just use I. If it's just doing a loop, it's an iterator. It only exists within that loop, and its purpose is very evident in the declaration, right? Let I, and then we loop through it. That makes sense. But try to make your variable names descriptive yet concise. And that's really what this whole part of the text is saying. Don't use terrible variable names. Also, don't use special characters or reserved words in your variable names. Yeah, exactly. How about this variable, that variable, and another variable? Yeah. I've seen a lot of bad code that has bad variable names and works off the assumption that the person writing the code had all the knowledge, that they knew what it meant. But is somebody who comes in off the street and has never seen your code before, are they going to know what that variable is for? I'm working with some code right now, which was written by, and this is really common in the corporate world. Somebody writes a program and then they retire, right? And they don't leave any documentation. And then someone like me has to go in there and figure out what the heck is going on because we want to add a feature or we want to fix a bug. And so the dilemma I've been dealing with for a while now is maintaining a bunch of tools at work and with variable names like A, B, and C. Like everything is like R1, R2, A, B, C. And you might think, oh, that's, nobody would name variables like that. Yes, I can say, yes, they absolutely will. They will do it 100%. And so the best you can do is avoid doing it yourself. This is something that really happens. And because the person writing it doesn't want to take the time to think up a unique name. They think it's obvious what the variable is doing because they're the one writing the code. But me coming in with no documentation, being like, I have no idea what's happening here. What is this for? Where is it used? Why does it exist? I don't know because it was declared as A, right? And so yeah, this really hits home for me, and I just want to give that real life example. As please don't do that, I beg you, because it sucks. Yeah, exactly. Everything, and even for yourself, right? Don't punish yourself with that either, because you're gonna come back a year later. And, even if you have documentation, you're going to be like, wait, but I thought that this variable did that, but, I named it like, yeah, new and new one. Like, what the frick does that mean, right? So don't do it to yourself either. Yeah, I like data, and more data. Dan says, did you retire them to take their code? No, believe me, they could have taken, I wish they took that code with them. I don't like maintaining it, but I have to. It's also written in I can't even think of the language. It's what came before C#. VB script. Yeah. It's written in VB script and like .NET 4.0, and I have to maintain that. So pray for me. It's been a journey. That's part of the reason why I learned C#, just so I could like transpile this stuff into C# and a newer version of .NET. Yeah, no documentation equals job security. I mean, sometimes, honestly, yeah, unfortunately. Hey, Blaze, welcome to the stream. They say, first time here, when do you know you're finished learning Python? You're never finished learning any language. I would say that I wouldn't say you're ever finished. Like, I've been working with SQL for over 10 years, and I'm nowhere near finished. I have a coworker who's so much better at SQL than I am, and I learn things from him all the time, cool tricks and scripts and things that I just didn't know. And so I think what you're more asking is, when do we know that we can move on to the next thing, right? I think that you can start moving on to the next thing when you can remember and recall and really apply what you've learned, right? You can independently get served with a problem, right? Let's say, some kind of a data analysis challenge. You didn't prepare for it. It's not a tutorial. It's a real world challenge. And you're able to build something in Python or whatever language that solves that challenge. And you're able to do it confidently, even if you have to look stuff up. Looking stuff up is okay. But if you're able to say, yeah, I know how to solve this. I know what to use to solve this. I've got a general idea. And then you're able to build that thing and it works. And you're able to do that maybe a few more times. And then you can say, okay, yeah, I'm feeling pretty comfortable. Like, I feel like I know somewhat what I'm doing. I have a good feel for the language. I can remember the concepts that I've learned. I can go back to them and know what I'm talking about. And then, yeah, maybe you're ready to move on to something else. There's no indicator that says, you have reached level 20, you are done. That's unfortunately not a thing that exists. I wish it did, but it's not. And so it's really once you're feeling comfortable, confident, and you can actually apply what you've learned. That's the most important part that people skip. They'll finish with a course or something and they'll say, yep, I know everything that was covered in the course. I took all the quizzes. I'm done. Okay, but could you go out and build something independent of the course? Outside of the tutorials that were in the course? Could you build something yourself? Could you modify an existing project outside of the course? That will really show, did you comprehend and retain the material? Hope that helps a little bit. Rex says, I know it's time to move to the next thing when I start having nightmares about what I'm learning. Yeah, when you start dreaming in select statements, you may have stayed too long. Yeah. I don't know that I've ever dreamed in code, but yeah, I mean, that just shows that your brain is processing it, right? If you're dreaming about it, what your brain is doing during the night is categorizing what it's learned. So that's not a bad thing, I would say. That's your brain actually shifting information around and storing it in your head. Nerdable says, I never remember my dreams, but I always remember my coding nightmares. Yeah. Blaze says, it does. Your answer gives me a sense of how you build skills. Yeah. There's so many common mistakes that people make when they're learning something new. And one of the most common ones is that they learn something, they feel good about it. I got 100%, I passed the quiz, I passed the test. And then if they never use that information again, it just goes poof from your brain, right? Your brain wants to conserve energy. That's the whole point of that's how your body works. Your body works to be an energy conservation machine. And one way that your brain can conserve energy is to get rid of stuff that it's not using. So if you learn something once, it's going to be in your short-term memory. And so you could, the next day, yeah, you could turn around, you can pass that quiz, you can pass that test. But could you do the same thing 2 months later? If you haven't used it since then, probably not. Because your brain is literally going to discard that information to save energy. Because it's not needed anymore. It's going to break those connections. It's going to use that space for something else. So learning should be an iterative process. It should be a continuous process, and it should be something where you revisit the information you've learned, apply that information so it gets stored in your long-term memory, and it will be accessible forever. Like riding a bike, you can always come back to it. Okay? Just like your liver desperately metabolizing poisons. Yeah, you learned chess during lockdown and you started to see it, right? That's how that's how things get into your long-term memory. Yeah, exactly, Blaze. That's what it is. You rode a bike so many times as a kid and you kept doing it. And now you can do it forever. You're never going to forget how to ride a bike. That's how learning works. Yep. And, and as a personal example, I learned Python, or well, I took a Python course, right? I took like a Udemy course, like 5 or 6 years ago, when I was still, before I was a developer full time. So I wasn't coding. I just took the course. I finished the course. Hooray, done. You get a little check mark, certificate, whatever. And then I never used it again. And I don't remember a lick of Python. That's why I'm going through this course now, because I don't remember any of it. Like, it's gone. My brain was like, okay, you don't need this anymore, bye-bye. And it forcibly ejected it from my brain. And, because I didn't apply it, I didn't know how to retain that information. And I didn't have any practical application for it. I never did anything outside of the lessons or the tutorials because I didn't have any use for it at the time. I wasn't a developer. I was doing something kind of outside of data analysis at that time. And so, yeah, my brain was like, okay, bye. Got rid of it. Don't like Pythons. Yeah. Yeah. All right. But yeah, I hope that was helpful for you. So yeah, what we're going to be doing with this course is after we go through it, and I did a React course in a similar way, or I read through all the React documentation when I learned React, like a year ago or so. We did like a multi-part stream. We did like 7 or 8 streams. And then immediately the very next stream, we turned around and started applying it. We started building real projects with React. And that's what we're going to do with Python is as soon as we get done with the course and doing all the examples and the quizzes and the whatever tutorials, whatever there is, we're going to find something to apply this to. We're going to do a project or a script or an automation. I don't know what we're going to do yet, but we're going to apply it for realsies and try to get that knowledge in your long-term memory so you can come back to it at any point. All right, let's keep going. We talked about variable types. We talked about, okay, name your variables logically. Don't use reserved keywords. It won't let you. And then a statement is a unit of code that the Python interpreter can execute. We talked about this a little bit earlier. This was actually on the quiz for the previous section. A statement is like one line of code. You can think about it kind of like as a sentence in the English language. When you type a statement in an interactive mode, so in the 3 brackets mode, it executes it and displays the result. Now, a script is a sequence of statements. So like this up here, this is a script. If there's more than one statement, the results appear one at a time as the statements execute. So this script, we print 1, we assign x equals 2, and then we print x. It produces 2 separate outputs. We have operators and operands. Operators are special symbols that represent computations, such as addition, multiplication. And then the values that the operator is applied to are the operands. So operators make those calculations happen. Operands are the values that the operators are applied to. Okay? And just like with JavaScript, you can do all the math, all the basic stuff. Plus, minus, multiplication, division, and exponential operations. It does note that if you've ever used a previous version of Python, in Python 3, the result of this division is a floating point result. The division operator in Python 2 would divide 2 integers and truncate the result to an integer. So that's kind of interesting. That probably has huge ramifications for a lot of people's projects when that happened, right? This is a pretty big difference. 0.98 versus 0 for the same equation is a pretty huge difference when you're talking about huge volumes of these types of calculations. So that's rather fascinating. Overload all the operators, your teammates will understand. Now, if you want to obtain the same answer in Python 3, you should use floored integer division. So 2 slashes instead of 1. So if you want to force that integer, it's going to be a fraction, but you still want to force it to be an integer. We call it floored because it's going to round down. Right? It's a floor. We already know the floor keyword from JavaScript. It means round down. And so that's what's happening here. This will force round down to the nearest lower integer. Which one is, yeah, mucho code borked everywhere. Which one is more Pythonic though? Really makes you wonder. All right. Expressions. So an expression is a combination of values, variables, and operators. A value all by itself is considered an expression, and so is a variable. So all of the following are all legal expressions, assuming that the variable x has been assigned a value. So these are all expressions, even though we might consider, 17 to just be like a value or whatever, it's still considered to be an expression. And if you are in an interactive mode using the interpreter, it will evaluate it and produce a result. So we don't have to say like x equals 1 plus 1. We can simply put in the expression and get a result. So here's the difference. But in a script, an expression all by itself doesn't do anything. So the difference here, we're working in the interactive interpreter. We can put in an expression and get a result. In a script, the same will not be true. Okay? So we can do this exercise really quickly. In the interpreter, we'll type 5 and hit enter, and we get back 5. We'll type in x equals 5. We get nothing, right? We didn't ask for anything back there. We just did an assignment. Now we'll type x plus 1, and we get 6. So, makes sense. So order of operations. Now we're getting into the hard part, which is middle school math. So if, like me, you hated math in middle school and high school and college, and really did not pay very much attention, this might be a good refresher for you. Remember PEMDAS, which is the order of operations for mathematics. This tells you the order of operations in which an equation will be calculated. Dan says, have we seen import this yet? Typing in the Python prompt is a fun Easter egg. Well, yeah, we can do that in a minute, certainly. We'll do that at the end. So first off, in execution comes parentheses. So you can use parentheses to force an expression to evaluate in whatever order you would like. So 2 times 3 minus 1 is 4. So I'll just put that so it's a little easier to see. 2 times parenthesis 3 minus 1. So if we were going strictly from left to right, we would do 2 times 3 minus 1, which would be 5. But since we have the parentheses here, it's going to evaluate that first and then do the rest. So we have 3 minus 1 is 2, and 2 times 2 is 4. Yep. So parentheses are first, followed by exponentiation, which is literally just, like squared or cubed or whatever. Followed by multiplication and division. They have the same level of precedence because multiplication and division are technically the same thing, just in reverse order. And then the rest, which is essentially plus and minus. Addition and subtraction, right? So parentheses first, followed by exponents, and then multiplication and division together, and then addition and subtraction at the very end. And it says, when in doubt, always put parentheses in your expressions to make sure that the computations are performed in the order you intend. Oh my goodness, Bedro, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. My alerts are very broken, so I'm going to give you the generic alert. But thank you so much, Bedro. I see you, and thank you so much for being here. Great to have you. Thank you. Really appreciated the raid earlier. And yeah, thank you so much all for being here. But yeah, so PEMDAS is a good way. I don't know if it's still a thing, but for a while there on social media, everybody was like posting math problems and everybody was debating over the answer, right? Big complex equation with a bunch of exponents and parentheses and division and multiplication and whatever. And that was like a thing for a while, and you had to vote on what the correct answer was. But yeah, PEMDAS is how you can definitively answer that question. Hey, Ellen, good to see you. Yeah, Bedros is still a thing. Yep, PEMDAS is the definite answer, and so many people don't know that. But yeah, anyway, that's how Python operates as well. So doing math in Python, use PEMDAS. Then we have the modulus operator, and I'm sure if you've worked in JavaScript, you know what the modulus operator is. You have used it many a time, particularly to figure out whether a number is even or odd, I would imagine. Maybe even in a job interview, you had to use the modulus to figure out whether a number was even or odd, or maybe, solve FizzBuzz. So the modulus operator works on integers and yields the remainder when the first operand is divided by the second. So rather than showing the full result, it returns the remainder of that result if there is one. And the modulus is a percent, just like it is in JavaScript. I found plenty of those math posts on Instagram. Yeah, I don't think it'll ever go away because it promotes engagement, right? People fight over the answer, and then the algorithm blesses you on your post. So yeah, 7 divided by 3, the remainder of that is going to be 1. Yeah, and you can check whether a number is divisible by another if the modulus is 0, right? And you can use it to get the rightmost digit or digits from a number. So you can do x modulus 10 to get the rightmost digit of x, or you can do x modulus 100 to get the last 2 digits. Math nerd fight. Yeah. And then finally, we have string operations. Again, this is going to be very similar if you have already used JavaScript in the past. So the plus operator does work with strings, but it works with concatenation, which is my favorite word. I love concatenation. It's a great word, great process. I love it. Concatenation is amazing. And so it works the same way in Python as it does in JavaScript. It simply smushes those 2 strings together, concatenates them. SO Exile says, does modulus work on float numbers? Well, I don't know. Let's see. Let's do it. Shall we? Let's do... Blah, 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 blah. So let's do... I'm trying to think of a good example here that we can actually validate. Python for Everyone is a good site. It absolutely is. I love it so far. 420. All right, let's go back up here to the modulus section here. So we're going to do, let's do, 2.4 modulo 2. Because this has, so 2.4 divided by 2 should have a remainder, right? So yeah, it works. So in Python, the modulus operator is a percent. Phaedra, yeah. So these are 2 different symbols. They do 2 different things. No, it's okay. That's fine. That is a valid. So this is a valid symbol. This is the modulus right here. What this does is right up here. It does integer division. So if you're dividing 2 integers where there's going to be a remainder and you don't want that, you want the result to be an integer, even if there is technically a remainder, right? It's not an even division, but you're like, I still want this to be an integer. You can use the double slash to force an integer. Yep, it floors. Exactly. Yep. But yeah, that was a great question, SO. And that's why we actually do the examples, right? That's why we do this stuff live, because if we have questions, we can be like, I don't have to guess about this. I don't have to Google it. I can just do it right now and see if it works. That's why whenever you're, reading documentation or you're going through a course like this, you're reading a book, just be doing the examples on the side and test stuff out. See, I'd be like, I don't know how that works, or could I do this, or could I do that? Fiddle around with it, see if it works or not. So yeah, it was a great question. And it prompted another question, right? We got to go back and review the difference between a modulus and the floored integer division symbols. We made sure that we understood that. Yep, division, floored division, and modulus, how confusing. Yeah, all 3 of them are different, right? Division is just your bog standard division. It's going to give you the answer. Floored division is going to force the result to be an integer, even if it technically isn't, right? Even if it's going to be a decimal like this. Let's do it for this example. We're going to do 2.4 Instead of the modulus, I'm going to do // 2, right? It's going to force an integer. Actually, first let's do regular division. Do this. All right, 1.2. Okay? 2.4. And then 2.4 // 2. So floor division, we would expect this to be 1. Yeah. So the answer is going to be 1. It's going to floor it. Bog standard division, swamp math. Yep. Esso says, love your educational streams, especially when I don't have access to a nearby computer. Yeah. You know, it just gets you more engaged than just listening to someone talk. Yeah. And so, yeah, when we did the modulus 2.4 modulus 2, it gave us the remainder as 0.39. Now, I don't know if that's right or not. I'm not good at math. But I was expecting, why wouldn't that be 0.2 then? Yeah, that's exactly what the question I was going to ask. Somebody good at math, answer this question. Why would the answer to this not be 0.2? Why is it essentially 0.4? Math nerds assemble, please. I'm not good enough at math for this. It's not like I was a stats major or anything. I totally was. I legitimately don't know the answer. I'm legitimately asking. If anybody else knows. This might be a take-home challenge. Rex is not a stats major. Yeah. I was. That doesn't mean I was good at it. Yeah, I get that, Dan, but like, what's the, why is the modulus of that 0.4? I get that 1.2 times 2 is 2.4, but why then is the modulus result? Yeah. So the idea here is we did the plain division. 2.4 divided by 2 is 1.2. Makes sense. We did the integer division. 2.4 floored integer is going to be 1. Makes sense. I'm with it. But in this case, if I do the modulus, which should be the remainder of that division, why is it 0.4? Why isn't it 0.2? And this is a legitimate question. I'm legitimately asking. Like, why is this happening? Where's math? I mean, I could ask ChatGPT right now, but I want us to Pedro says, okay, 2.4 divided by 2 equals 1 plus 0.4 divided by 2. Okay, I'm starting to get what you're saying. Let it percolate a little bit in my head. All right. So the remainder is 1 plus, okay, all right. 0.4 is left over after 2 going into 2 one time. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you, Dan. That finally got the click for me. Yep, there it is. Yeah, all right, so, yep, I get it now. It's, yeah, 2 goes into 2 one time, and then we have 0.4 left over. Okay, so it's just a slightly different operation. Cool. You see, I'm not good at math, but hey, we should never let limitations like that, like not being, I shouldn't say good at math, but not having an intuitive grasp of math, like, or not being able to just look at a problem and understand it, that still doesn't limit your ability as a programmer, right? We can still persevere and work to understand the answer. That's why I asked the question, because I wanted to understand what's going on here, because I don't immediately, I can't immediately tell what's happening. And so what's important is that we stay curious and we ask others for help, ask others for an explanation. And being good at math is not a requirement to be a programmer. It's not even a requirement to be a data professional. I mostly make the computer do math for me, as you can tell. No, no, no. I legitimately struggle in other areas with math. It's just for me personally, I just legitimately don't have an intuitive grasp of math in the way that I do with other subjects like, writing or English, things that just come to you, kind of flow through you naturally, right? I really have to struggle at math. So for me, that's just, my personal wiring. Rex says, but why is math, especially in academia, required to learn computer programming? Yeah, I think that's just the different approach to computer programming when it comes from an academic perspective. Doing something like getting a computer science degree is going to be very focused on theory and mechanics and less so on the application, right? So in order to understand the theory of computer science and the history of computing and how logic works and low level programming, yeah, you're going to need to know a lot of statistics, a lot of math, because computers are built on mathematical operations, right? And so you need that foundation in order to understand the theory. If you come at it from more of a application first perspective, having a really strong grasp of mathematics and statistics is certainly helpful, but it's not entirely necessary. However, from an academic perspective, it is, because it's foundational to so much of computer science theory, which is a huge part of the computer science curriculum. Yeah. So that's why, Rex. And I'm not saying any approach is better than any other. That's just the why of, why CS curriculums are so math heavy. Because it is intrinsic to, the way computers operate. Anywho, thank you all for entertaining me on that tangent and for educating me on that as well. That was very helpful. I'm glad we did that, right? I'm glad we did the examples because it prompted a whole nother discussion. Love it. Okay, so we did the order of operations. Blah, blah, blah. All right, now we finally get into some interactivity. Oh, first off, last thing here, we were talking about concatenation. Math is cool. That's awesome. I'm always really impressed by people who are intuitively interested and enthusiastic about math. I think that's awesome because that drives a lot of the innovations of the world forward. It's people thinking math is cool. So we can use not only the plus operator, we can also use the multiplication operator, the star. It works with strings by multiplying the content of a string by an integer. So this is going to feel real familiar to those of you who are familiar with JavaScript. You can do a little bit of type coercion here, right? You can take a numeric string and multiply it by an integer. It works if you use the multiplication operator. Math opens a lot of doors. Tangents are fun. Yeah. Oh, man. If only I'd had that mindset when I was going through Calc 2. Anyway, but yeah, so you can do a little type coercion in Python, multiplying a string by an integer. Of course, Ed Nerdable, thank you for being here. Good to have you. Dan says, I don't think this is the same thing as the type coercion in JS. It certainly seems to be less extensive. Oh, I get it. Okay. Yeah. I misinterpreted this sentence. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, this is not the same. This is not type coercion. I misspoke earlier. Good catch. And I even did this example earlier when I was going through the material myself. Like I literally did the example and I was like, oh, it just repeats the string multiple times. And then I still forgot it. So that's why it's good to go through this again, because maybe this time it'll stick. But yeah, this is not type coercion. This essentially just turns into a string repeater. So you put in a string, for example, in this case, they put in the word test, and then you can put in an integer value and have that string repeat X number of times. So in this example, the string is test, the repeating value is 3, and so it's going to print test 3 times. Yeah. And as Bedros says, Python does not coerce types. Yeah, and that's kind of what we talked about before, is that, yeah, it's very type specific, type strict. You have to manually cast types every time you want to do operations on different types. And we're going to get to do that in just a little bit. I want to get to that exercise because it really illustrates that, where we're going to have to recast a variable's type a few different times in order to make it do what we want it to do. Yeah. JavaScript, Oakley is, JavaScript is very loosey-goosey, Wild West. JavaScript really doesn't care about types most of the time, for better or for worse. That's why TypeScript exists, because JavaScript does not care enough about types, and it causes bad things to happen. Yeah, JavaScript is the absolute Wild West, and when it comes to types, it does not care at all. For the most part. For the most part. All right. So the very next thing we can do is we can start adding some interactivity to our scripts and to our statements. We can actually start asking the user for input. So by calling input here, it's a built-in function. We don't have to define it. It will get input from the user's keyboard. And it also pauses the program until the user does something. So we saw that earlier, right? When I ran that program to get the word count, this program right here, it needed me to input a file name in order to continue. And so it paused the program, waited for me to do an input, waited for me to hit enter, and then it processed that input through the rest of the script. So we can get that input using the input function. And we can also declare a prompt as an argument within that input function in order to actually give the user a message and tell them what to do. So for example, let's do this example right here. So we're setting a variable called name, and the contents are going to be whatever the user enters. And we're going to give them the prompt of what is your name. And notice here at the end, what is this doing? What is this? What is this little symbol here at the end, the /n? What does that do? What does /n mean? Ellen says, yeah, it's a new line, right? Escape sequence. It's essentially what it's doing is essentially telling the program or telling the interpreter, hey, put a new line after this prompt, force a new line after this prompt. And we'll see that right here. So the program is running. It gives me the prompt, and then it puts in a new line that I can type on. And for the user, that's going to be a lot easier than, having to type directly after the prompt. It's going to be less confusing. It's going to be very explicit that, hey, we need something from you in order to continue. So I'm going to put my name. And there we go. And now that has been assigned to the variable, and we can print that name. And there it is. So if I didn't have that new line, just do this part. And that. Oh, I didn't put the closing quote on the string there. Hang on. There we go. All right. So now if I don't have that, it's going to ask me to, start typing on the same line as the prompt, which could be confusing for yourself or for your users. So new line is really just a, quality of life type thing. Okay. So I can still do it. It's not going to hurt anything. But if I do something like put a space to make it look better, it's going to assign that with the space because that was my input. So print name. Yeah, you can see that there's a space in front of that. So the /n represents a new line, causes a line break. Now here's where we get to what, let me get the name of who was, what Bedro was saying. If you expect the user to type an integer, so if the user is giving you a numeric input, you can try to convert the return value to an integer or a float or whatever. You can try to cast it to a different type using the int function. Because when the user is generating input, it's going to be treated as a string regardless of the actual format, right? If they type 17, in this case, we can see here, the prompt is what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow, and it's expecting a numeric value, a speed. So you enter 17, it's going to be entered as a string. If you want to actually do math on that value, you should cast it to be an integer. And then once you've done that, you can start doing math on it, just like that. Ellen says, Mindwolf is becoming Pythonic. How interesting. That's the goal. That's how I learned React. Yep. I learned I learned React the exact same way, live with all of you all, going through documentation, talking about each thing, doing the examples. That's the best way to learn, my friends. Import this soon. Yes, we're almost there. But yeah, if the user types something other than a string of digits, then you get an error, right? So if they enter a string and it's expecting a variable and you try to cast it to an integer, you're going to get a value error. Invalid literal for int with base 10. And we'll see how to handle this type of error later. Now, if you were writing in JavaScript, what's a good, safe way to handle errors? How do we handle errors in JavaScript? For example, let's think about if you're doing something that you're not sure is going to work, you're hitting an API. How do we normally handle errors in JavaScript? You're sending out an API request. You have no idea whether or not it's going to work, and you want to make sure that your whole app doesn't crash if that API call fails. What do we do? How do we handle errors? You push it to GitHub and let on-call figure it out. Shame on you. As someone who has to be on call occasionally. Yeah. As Rask and Vinny say, try catch. Yeah. And we're going to do something very similar in Python. I looked ahead a little bit. Yeah, so we're going to learn how to handle errors more gracefully using something like basically a try catch block. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Vinny. It's good to have you here. All right, and you can also add comments, as always. Every language has their own, syntax for comments, and I always get them mixed up. So now I'm going to have one more additional comment syntax in my head that I'm going to have to get confused and do wrong every single time. I always mix up JavaScript and SQL. I mix up CSS, React, everything. It just all gets turned around in my head, and I do it wrong, and then I have to look it up. So that's probably the thing I Google most often is whatever language I'm working in, how the frick do I do comments? Looking ahead, I call cheating. It's anticipation. But yeah, comments are the thing I probably Google the most just because I don't retain how to do them. SQL actually has two ways to do comments. You can do so with SQL, you can do a multi-line comment with /*, or you can do a single line comment with --. Yeah, single line comment --, multi-line comment /*. And what gets me every time is how many languages overlap with their comment syntax, right? Like, they'll have one that's similar, but it's used in a different way, and I get it wrong every time. No Edusinusul. I said that wrong. I'm sorry, but thank you so much for the follow. It's good to have you here. No Edusinusul. I'm sorry. Favorite comment syntax is //. Yeah, mine too. It's so easy to type. Yeah. But yeah, some languages do have like a single quote, right? You'll do a single quote for a single line comment. Yeah, it's not standardized at all. Anyway, how you do comments in Python, getting back to the current language, how you do comments in Python is using the #, or the octothorpe if you prefer. You can do octothorpes at the end of the line. You can do octothorpes on their own line. Everything from the symbol to the end of the line is ignored and it has no effect on the program. Comment your code, people. Also, too, you should choose, this is, again, harping on variable names. They're touching on it again. Oh, no problem. It's French. Okay. Thank you for your gracefulness and my inability to pronounce your username. My apologies. Good to have you here, though. But yeah, you should also choose variable names that make sense for the code that you're trying to build, right? That are applicable to the purpose of the variable. So for example, all these three programs all execute exactly the same way, but the only one that is intelligible is this one right here, because the variable names actually make sense and mean something. So here's an example too, just use variable names that make sense for word in words. And I'm guilty of this personally. This is kind of hard to read and determine exactly what's happening versus this, which is a lot easier to read. For slice in pizza, you can immediately visualize what's happening. Okay. So debugging. At this point, the syntax error you're most likely to make is an illegal variable name like class and yield, or illegal characters, or if you accidentally put a space in a variable name. I think from JavaScript, we should all know that with variable names, you can have a multi-word variable name, but you can differentiate it in a variety of ways. You can, use camel case. Camel case is the standard syntax in JavaScript. So capitalizing everything from the second word, the first letter of each word, starting with the second word. You can do, a similar thing here in Python. You can use underscores, whatever you like. I don't know. Is there a standard, I guess, in Python for variables? Is it camel case? Is it underscores? What's the standard? Snake case. So underscores. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's kind of what I was seeing, but I didn't know that it was ever touched on in here specifically. But yeah, so in Python, underscores are the standard. In JavaScript, camel case is the standard. Capital letters only for classes. Yeah. Chat is really grooving here. I gotta catch up with it. Yeah, /* is your favorite multi-line comment syntax. It is mine too. It's just so easy to type. Especially if you set up a keyboard command to just do it. Bedro says you should use SHA-256 hash values as your variable names to ensure that they never overlap. Oh my god, that would be terrible. Yeah, I'm just gonna use MD5 hashes. I'm gonna hash the variable contents into an MD5 and then use that as the variable name, because it's literally descriptive of what's in the variable, right? That should always work. It's going to be unique based on the variable's contents. That could never go wrong. I know MD5 is a broken hash, but it's still great for signifying unique values. Bedro says, one thing I like about Python more than JavaScript, I feel like it's more readable. Yeah, and that's one of the goals of Python, is to be accessible, to be readable. That's why it is the first language for so many people. I kind of feel the same way about SQL. SQL was my first language, and SQL was also constructed back in the 1970s to be usable and readable by people who had literally never touched a computer before, right? People who had only ever written stuff in English. And so SQL needed to be accessible to those types of people. And it was written as such. So yeah, Python and SQL, I think, are kind of similar in that way, in that they're very, it's very easy to pick up the basics of these languages, given how readable they are. Oh, you meant the variable type being snake case versus camel case. Yeah. I do feel like I name a lot of my file names at work and stuff like that using underscores, because I do feel like that is more readable. Yeah. Okay, so debugging. Let's see, just a few things to note. Don't put spaces in variable names. I think we all know that. Also, don't use a variable until it's been assigned. And also, variable names are case sensitive. So keep that in mind as well. Don't be switching up your cases. All right, and then we have our glossary here. Wow, we actually got through the lesson. Go us. Good job. We crushed it. All right, I'm debating on whether we want to do the quiz now, or maybe we start the next stream with the quiz to figure out how much we remember. That might be a good challenge. is to, that's, we got that active recall, we got that spaced repetition. I'm thinking we start the next stream with the quiz and the exercises to try to test ourselves on how much we actually remember from the previous week. What do you think? That might be a good test. Let's do that. We're going to start the next stream next week with the quiz from this lesson. Now, this shouldn't be, yeah, exactly. It's spaced repetition. How much does your brain retain after a week? Now, this isn't going to be like a, like a closed book challenge, right? We're going to be able to go back. We're going to be able to look things up. But again, it still serves the same purpose of getting those things from your short-term memory to your long-term memory and convincing your brain it's something it needs to remember. So everybody study up. Yeah. Or at least skim, you can always skim the material before we go live. Then you can be the person with all the answers, right? But yeah, we actually got farther than I expected today. So good job, everybody. Great job keeping up. Great job answering questions. Now we're going to do the thing that Dan wanted to do. And which was, well, you wanted to do what? Input this? Is that what you wanted? Just like that? Dan wanted me to try something very specific. Import this. Okay. Oh, not import it. Import this. Okay. Oh, nice. Look at that. It's a poem. I didn't enter. It's right here. The Zen of Python by Tim Peters. Beautiful is better than ugly. Explicit is better than implicit. Simple is better than complex. Complex is better than complicated. Flat is better than nested. Sparse is better than dense. Readability counts. Special cases aren't special enough to break the rules. I love that. Although practicality beats purity. Errors should never pass silently unless explicitly silenced. In the face of ambiguity, refuse the temptation to guess. There should be one, and preferably only one, obvious way to do it. Although that way may not be obvious at first unless you're Dutch. Now is better than never, although never is often better than right now. If the implementation is hard to explain, it's a bad idea. If the implementation is easy to explain, it may be a good idea. Namespaces are one honking great idea. Let's do more of those. That was fun. I like that. Now, I agree with all these things here. I don't quite understand the Dutch reference, but I mean, I'm sure it means something. But other than that, I love that. Particularly, I love this one right here. Special cases aren't special enough to break the rules. That's one thing I think that sometimes, especially if we're in a very customer-focused team, you're building stuff for customers, it can be very tempting to make the customer happy by breaking the rules or going against standards, going against, the things that are your better judgment, right? You're going against your better judgment to make the customer happy and deliver what they're asking for. But what's very important is that you recognize that standards are there for a reason. That rules are not meant to be broken. Rules, they say in OSHA, rules are written in blood, right? Every rule is generally written from a place of experience and it exists for a reason. And so we should abide by it and figure out a better way to do it or figure out a compromise with the customer. Oh, Guido van Rossum is Dutch. Okay, I get it. Dan says, there's a story here. Which customer hurt you? Oh, absolutely. This is very personal for me. One of the things, my team at work is very customer centric. And by that, I mean, we have internal customers. And people love us. Like, people love our team. We do great work. We deliver on time. We balance our work. We communicate with the customers. We're darn good, if I may say so myself. People love us as an internal team. But one thing we're not great at always is keeping with established standards and practices, even if it makes the customer less happy. We find ourselves, sometimes bending the rules, going against our own style guides or our own designs, our own standards. just this once, we're just going to do it this once. And then, you come back to it 6 months later and you're like, what the heck happened here, right? Like, why is this the way it is? I don't understand what's going on. And it just confuses things. And so that's one thing that, we've kind of struggled with as a team is, okay, the customer may be less happy, but we're going to be a lot happier in the future when we come back to this because it's going to follow our standards. Yeah, it's a really tough balance. And I don't blame, it's no one's particular fault, right? We all have the desire to please the customer, to make them happy. And so where do you draw that line in terms of maybe we need to revise our standards? Maybe they're outdated, right? Maybe we are doing it wrong. Or no, what the customer is asking for is out of line. We need to stick with the way that we do things because it works. So it's a tough balance, right? We're never going to get it completely right all the time. But I do feel like that's one area we could improve as a team. But hey, progress is progress, right? Coda Girlfriend says, but how do you achieve that balance? Yeah, I think one of the things to do there first is make sure that your standards and practices are defined, right? Does everybody on the team know what those standards are? Do you have documentation? Does everybody on the team know why those standards exist? Because if they know why they exist, they're more likely to follow them, right? It's not going to just be an arbitrary rule like, oh, we do it this way, but I don't know why. Like, I'm not going to do it that way because it makes no sense. Like, where it could exist for a really good reason, but they just don't know why. And so they're not going to do it. And then something bad's going to happen, right? So documentation and communication of what the standards are and why they exist. And then also continually revisiting those standards to say like, okay, hey, are trends changing? Do we have a new tool? Do we have a better approach? Do we need to revise this and revise the documentation to alter things for the future, right? Going forward, do we want to do it a different way? So I think that's kind of how you achieve that balance, is by having good evidence and methodology for establishing those standards, documenting them, informing the team why the standards exist, and then letting everybody on the team have a voice in revisiting those standards and revising them and to fit, the current environment. Yeah. But it's tough, right? It's always a challenge. Rask says, try import anti-gravity. Okay. Anti-gravity. No, of course. It's always XKCD. You're flying. How? Python. I learned it last night. Everything is so simple. Hello world is just print hello world. The other person says, I don't know, dynamic typing, white space. The flying person says, come join us. Programming is fun again. It's a whole new world up here. The first person says, but how are you flying? The second person says, I just typed import anti-gravity. That's it? I also sampled everything in the medicine cabinet for comparison, but I think this is the Python. I like that one. And the alt text says, I wrote 20 short programs in Python yesterday. It was wonderful. Perl, I'm leaving you. I don't blame them. I've heard some stories about Perl. Perl is old news, yeah. Let's see, Rask says from _ future, I can't spell, future _ import braces. That, oh, double underscores. Okay, I couldn't quite tell. Twitch chat is very small. Yeah. Okay. Not a chance. Oh, that's funny. And Lisa says, thank you for today. Pushes me to start Python to learn data structures and algorithms. Yeah. And these types of journeys can lead to lots of other good things too, right? You start with Python, then you branch out into something else. What's important though is I always like to remind people, finish what you start, right? Dan wants to redeem a Vue lesson, which is awesome. And I look forward to learning Vue, but we're not going to do that until we finish all the Python lessons. And we did the same thing with React, right? We plowed through that thing. We spent 7 or 8 straight streams just doing React. And we didn't do anything else until we'd finished the React documentation. And we're going to do the same thing with Python. We're going to keep going through until we finish this whole, all 17 whatever chapters, and then we're going to apply it, and then we're going to go on to something else. So don't, it's easy, especially when you're first starting out and you're going into this big, deep, wide lake of things to learn in developing and programming, that you want to just get a sample platter of everything and learn a little bit of everything, which is fun, but it's not necessarily going to make you retain the information. So just like we were talking about, it's about repetition, it's about recall, and so make sure that you're not just bouncing from thing to thing. Make sure that you finish what you start, you get to the point where you can apply it, and then you move on to something else. And then you come back later, a few weeks later, a month later, and make sure that you still remember what you learned. Mu7 Ha, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Good, this will help me review Python, especially the fundamentals. Absolutely, never a bad time to do that. I still learn stuff even when I do, basic SQL courses, right? When I do a stream on the basics of SQL, select star and all that, still learn something. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the cheer. I appreciate that. I don't know what that does, but that's cool. Thank you. All right, folks. Oh, yes. And if you forget, feel free to check out my YouTube archive. Once again, it's ad-free. There is, no ads. So if you hate ads as much as I do, check out stuff there. Now we've got a few minutes here. As always, at the end, if I have time, I like to spend, the last 20 minutes or so just talking about whatever. Doesn't have to be about Python. Could be about anything that we want. So yeah, feel free to ask me any questions or whatever you all want to talk about for the last few minutes here. And then before we wrap up, we'll find someone to raid. So get thinking about that too. Preferably someone who is a smaller streamer. So, in the low double digits of viewer count, real small streamer. But if you have anybody in mind, and preferably also in the software game development space, the same space we're in right now. I like to support small streamers in that space, because, I'm very privileged to have the viewer count that I have. And so I like to, send those viewers on to smaller streamers, and maybe they'll start to gain a following too. Alrighty, so any questions for me or anything y'all want to talk about in the last few minutes? Also, thank you, Rask, for sharing your knowledge as well. That's why I was saying earlier, I always appreciate it when, that's why I like doing this stuff live, because you always end up with a few experts in chat or people who are knowledgeable about that particular thing. And so they can help fill in gaps or give extra knowledge or help me with math. All those things are useful. Far more useful than, me just sitting there doing it by myself. K. Martinez says, what do you wish or think could have been different about your first experience studying computer science? So I never studied computer science. I don't have a CS background. I took one programming class in college. It was a Java class, and it sucked, and I hated it, and I didn't understand what was going on, and I would have failed it if not for the group project. So yeah, I was an absolute, oh, you mean you're asking about the one class that I did take that sucked? I think the worst thing about that class was that it was extremely theory based, to the point that I really couldn't make any connections between what I was learning and then how to apply that. So we did actually have assignments where we had to write code, but I just couldn't connect the class materials, which were so theory heavy, to actually how to build the stuff, right? And this was well before like ChatGPT to help me or, anything like that. And so, this was back in like, I don't know, 2011, 2012. So I just couldn't make that connection. And so I would get to the exercises, and also a lot of the exercises that we did were kind of, I don't want to say pointless, but none of them had any practical application. Like I'm a very like hands-on. I want to understand the real world benefit of what I'm learning. How does this apply to the real world? What can I use this for in real life? And that's what motivates me. Like I'm learning Python, right? Because I know of things that I want to apply it to in the real world. And so that's my motivation. But in that class, it was all theory. And then it was like, okay, build a tic-tac-toe, right? Like, why do I care? I'm not going to be motivated to learn that. And then for all of the exams that we did in that class, we had to do them on paper. So we had to write code by hand on notebook paper in pencil, which is absolute garbage, right? It sucks so bad. Like remembering the exact syntax and semicolons and brackets and trying to write all those things with a pencil on paper in an exam setting. Yeah, no, it did not go well for me. I was just lucky enough that I had a really good group for the group project. And I was that one person, like, I was like, these people are going to hate me because I don't know what's going on. And I literally like brought them cookies and snacks like while they did the work. And I did like, I really did not contribute anything like of educational value to the group. I just brought them snacks and coffee and like tried not to make them hate me so that they would, include me in the good grade. So I think I squeaked by in that class with like a C. Just because I had zero, it was awful, and it turned me off of coding for years. I didn't code again until I actually had to start learning SQL like on the job in the workforce, because I was just like, this sucks. Like I can't do this. I literally told myself I'm not smart enough to code, which is a terrible thing to say, but I truly believed it at the time. I was like, okay, I'm not smart enough to code. That's fine. I'm good at other things, right? I didn't hate myself for that, but I just said, yeah, okay. Everybody who learns how to code must be a lot smarter than I am. And so, that's fine. I'll just do something else. And that was such a, such a completely wrong take, right? It wasn't me that was, it wasn't me that wasn't smart enough. It was that the class material wasn't presented in a way that I could become interested in or jive with, right? And some of that is me having undiagnosed ADHD. But some of it also was just that the material was in such an academic format that I couldn't connect to it in a real way. Yeah. Yeah, Rex says, same here. I learned better by doing. Yeah, Coder says a lot, if not all, comp sci classes in university are theory based. Yeah, this is why 100 devs is better than uni. Yeah, and I mean, theory absolutely has its place, right? Knowing why code works the way it does and the mechanics of code and how lower level code works and how computers work is really important. I mean, there are whole careers built on that. But is it required to be a successful developer? Absolutely not. I find more often than not that folks with computer science degrees coming straight out of university are less prepared than people who may have, gone through a boot camp and worked with actual clients and done real projects and built real, applications from scratch, right? Because they've actually applied what they've learned to a real world setting, which is what you're going to do when you're working for a company. And so, yeah, I think they just have different, neither approach is bad. You just have to know what you're getting out of each approach. There are plenty of times when I wish I knew more theory. When I wish I knew more data structures and algorithms, right? When I'm like, man, there are some really, really educated people out there, and they're trying to explain exactly how this works, and I'm not getting it because I don't have the background, right? So there's drawbacks to each one, there's advantages to each one, but you just have to know what you're getting. And unfortunately, a lot of students coming straight out of high school, they don't know what they're getting, either way. So it's kind of a hindsight is 2020 type thing, right? Rex says, what advice do you have for someone who loves data science and software development? Can both be done? Asking for a friend. Absolutely. Yeah. A lot of data scientists end up having to build their own tools to accomplish what they want to do. They're trying to do a particular piece of analysis. There's no software out there that can do it. They got to write their own scripts. And a lot of the times what you'll find is as you're working on an internal team, you'll be, passing scripts around that you've written or that somebody else has written, but that everybody can use. And you start passing those around and you're like, hey, this would be a lot easier if it was, an application or a web page or a desktop app, right? And then, like I'm kind of that person for my team. I'll be like, hey, this would be great if it was an app versus just a script that you run or a series of steps. Let's just make this be automatic and turn it into an app where you put in 3 things and you click a button and it's done. And so then, I'll build a little desktop app. Is that in my job description? No, but it's useful for everyone. And so we do it anyway. And so I think that's kind of what you'll find is that there's a ton of bespoke tools and stuff that get built on these teams just to help streamline these repeated processes. So yeah, I think it's absolutely possible. Oh, thank you, Ras. Oh, thank you, K. Martinez. Yeah, they say that makes sense. My previous answer. Hopefully, it helps with thinking about how to be a better teacher. It maybe also highlights why you're so good at teaching. Oh, thank you. Yeah, my primary approach to teaching is learn something and immediately apply it, and also come at it from the perspective of this is why this is important. This is why it matters, because that's going to get people engaged, and it works for both kids and adults. With kids, especially if you approach it from a perspective of what are you excited about? What makes you excited? What things do you like and enjoy and want to spend time with? If you like video games, wouldn't you like to build your own video games? And then they start coding and they start building in Roblox or whatever, or Scratch or whatever. So stuff like that, coming at it from a point of what already makes you engaged and then adding the educational material on top of that. Or how could you use this? What cool thing could you use this for? Definitely works on me. Bedro says, in my experience, being able to code is exactly equivalent to being able to express an idea in some amount of logical steps. Yeah, certainly. If you can think through an idea from start to finish and how to accomplish that idea, it's probably possible to code it. And that's really all that it takes. It is having the follow through and the confidence to say, like, I'm sure that, and that's how I approach a lot of projects. Personally, the thing I will, the thing I usually start out by saying to myself is, there's got to be a better way to do this. A lot of my projects are born out of frustration and or spite for something that I find to be inefficient or that I just don't like doing. Then I'll be like, there's got to be a better way to do this, or there's got to be a way to automate this, right? And then I will think through the logical steps of how I logically think that thing could be done. And then I figure out a way to code it. And then that's how the thing gets built. Yeah, how do we communicate with the computer? Exactly. Coder Girlfriend says, comp sci professors teach computer science in a way only computers can understand. I mean, to some degree, yeah, because they're coming at it from the perspective of the computer architecture. And I think that's an important distinction. They're coming at it from the perspective of the computer architecture, but they're not considering the human architecture on the other side, right? They're not thinking, okay, what is the best way for the students I'm teaching this to ingest and interpret and retain this information? They're coming at it from the logical computer side of these are all the XYZ things that I have to tell these kids. So yeah, absolutely true. Of course, Rask, it's great to have you here. Oh, Big Daddy Cheerios. Thank you for being here. They say, just join. Is this part of the 100 Dev Software Engineering? Also, when are you live? I love your teaching. Oh, thank you. Mama Rolf, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Yeah, Big Daddy. So I am kind of an auxiliary part of 100 Devs. On the 100 Devs website, I'm listed as one of the main instructors. However, the 100 Devs cohort is not currently live. So I go live every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. And we cover a variety of topics that are somewhat related to 100 Devs. So we don't necessarily go over the material, although in my past streams, in my stream archive on YouTube, I do cover pretty much every single homework assignment in the 100 Devs cohort 2. So if you're going through 100 Devs cohort 2 right now and you'd like a little bit of help with the homework, you'd like some active recall, spaced repetition with the 100 Devs homework, go to my YouTube archive, !YouTube, and if you start at the beginning, at the oldest videos, you will be able to just ride that wave straight through, basically starting at the JavaScript lessons in the 100 Devs curriculum. Starting with JavaScript, you'll be able to ride through straight to the end of the cohort, going over every single homework assignment. And then following that, we branch out into some additional topics like React, or today we worked on Python. Or we build a ton of just full stack applications that you could use for clients, right? Like a website for a hair salon, or a website for like a heating and cooling company. We just did one of those. We built a chat app. Oh, thank you for the hydration. I left my beverage over on another table. So I promise I will hydrate as soon as we do the raid. Because yeah, my voice is getting a little raspy, but I left my drink all the way over there. I promise I'll do it. But yes, so once so yeah, feel free to check out my archive for all the 100 Devs homeworks, and then a bunch of additional stuff post curriculum, where if you ever need help with a client project, or help with working with APIs or full stack applications or React or SQL, I have SQL videos as well, or Python like we're doing today. This is going to be a multi-part series. Yeah, check it out. All that's going to be there. So that was a very long answer to your question, but I hope it helped. Yeah, practical project-based learning. For me, that's the most important part. I'm never just going to sit there and read something at you. At minimum, I'm going to be asking you a question about it, and preferably we're going to be building something with it, or doing examples, or coding live, because just reading something will never stick. Raymond Hettinger. I'll have to check that out. I'm going to write that down. Hettinger. I just wrote it down. Oh, thank you, Ellen. Yeah. Tasty beverage. Yeah, it was. Seltzer water. I love seltzer water. Like flavored seltzer water. Yeah, if we all join together, we can convince Mayan to hydrate. Yeah. It's weird. As soon as I start streaming, like everything below my brain, like everything below my head, like goes completely on autopilot. Like I stop caring about my body, about hydration. That's why I always have that little spiel during the breaks of be like, make sure that you're, stretching, make sure that you're standing up or moving around. And partially it's for me. Otherwise I wouldn't do it. I promise I will hydrate. All right, folks. Anything else before we raid? And yeah, Big Daddy, we're just wrapping up for today, but generally my streams start at 3 p.m. Eastern, and they go from 3 to 5 hours. Big Daddy says the 100 Devs videos seem so intimidating since it's so many videos. So if I want to just learn JavaScript, would you suggest just jumping straight to the JavaScript part so I can use your videos? Honestly, any tips? So what's your goal? What do you want? So you say you want to learn JavaScript. What do you want to do with it? What's your goal for learning JavaScript? I promise there's a reason why I'm asking this. You want to become a software developer. Okay. So generally, JavaScript is used in web development, right? We use JavaScript as sort of the framework on which we, the primary language with which we can build full stack applications, interact with APIs, and that kind of thing. So I would suggest, now I can't make you do anything, but I would suggest that you make sure that you are brushed up on your HTML and CSS prior to jumping into JavaScript, and also things like the fundamentals of code logic. I don't know where you're at in your programming journey. I don't know if you know other languages already, but I would suggest starting from the beginning. I know it feels like a lot, but you can go through it and at a steady pace. You can do the homeworks, and it will give you a true understanding. And you will, if you actually do the videos, I know it feels like a lot, but I promise it's worth it, because coming out of that, you will actually be able to build full stack applications with a front end, an API, and a back end that work and can start making you money from clients. So like I say, I don't know, maybe you already know HTML and CSS. If you do, then maybe you could test yourself a little bit with the homeworks and say like, yep, these are easy for me. I already know what these are like. I can skip ahead to JavaScript. But if you don't, I would highly suggest starting at the beginning. I know it feels like a lot. Like I said, it's a little bit easier to manage if you use Community Taught, which is it's kind of like this website here where it kind of tracks your assignments, right? It checks you off as you get things done. So I'll give you that link as well. That could be helpful for you. I know it's tempting to take shortcuts because you want to get there quicker, right? You want to just get to the end game. You want to start looking for jobs. But if you don't do it right, you're not going to be successful, and it's going to take you more time in the long run. So this website, I'll show you what I mean. This website literally has all the classes right here. It gives you all the homeworks, gives you all the submission forms. And if you log in and you create an account and stuff, it'll literally keep track of your work for you as you get stuff done. Give you a way to keep track of your work. So I'll give you this. And another thing about those early classes that you might be tempted to skip is a lot of them also talk about things like networking, and how to curate your social media. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's a common trap to fall in. You want to be like, okay, what's the shortest route to get to the end game so I can get a job quicker? But the shortest route is not always the best one. And like I say, a lot of those early classes are going to teach you stuff like, how do I have a social media that looks good to recruiters? How do I not make common mistakes that make me look like a rookie? How do I network? Because that's the hardest part for so many people. Like, how the frick do I actually talk to people and tell them that I'm a software developer or a software engineer? Like, how do I connect with people on Twitter? Or yeah. And another thing I would recommend for you as well, Big Daddy, is get on the Discord, because that'll also help you progress more quickly if you're getting help from others and helping others, working with people on the homeworks. You'll get through it so much faster if you're not banging your head against the wall, right? Or you can ask them questions on like, hey, how do I network with these people on Twitter? How do I make my LinkedIn look better? How does my resume look? Check out the Discord. If I do this command, it should give it to you. Yeah. So on that page, there'll be a link to the Discord if you're not there already. And you'll be able to go in and, once you agree to the rules, you'll be able to see all the channels, and there's a crap ton of people there who are going through the same thing you are and will absolutely help you out. I'm talking thousands of people. But yeah, that's congratulations on starting this journey, and I wish you every success. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and find somebody to raid, shall we? Again, any suggestions, feel free to throw them in the chat. Once again, I would prefer folks in the software and game development space. We're also going to be looking for smaller streamers, folks that may need a little leg up in terms of their viewer count. We always like to help those folks out. So I'm going to get the raid screen pulled up here. It always takes me a hot minute, because Twitch doesn't have a very good interface on the streamer side. All right, here we go. Who is online for us today? We're going to go similar or smaller size. We're also going to go same category. Okay, let's see. We've already rated morale per. That doesn't mean we can't rate them again. Just saying. Mbe, you should be able to get into the Discord. You can't get into the Discord? Yeah, Twitch is yeah, Twitch overall. Twitch is annoying in a lot of ways. I will say that. Expired Popsicle. What are they doing? Snake Studio dev time. Ooh. Could be interesting. Random projects in Rust, Unity, games in Godot. Ooh, they look like they have a fun interface. I always like it when they have little games and stuff on their stream. Let's see what this person's doing. Ooh, stream creatures. Oh my goodness, little animals. Look at the little animals. Oh man, I'm a sucker for animals. I don't know about you all, but they have little animals. Oh, look at how cute they are. And their avatar is a dragon. What are we doing here? We're an indie team of 2 working in our own time to build this project. Oh man, I want a little creature. Full Stack says, I apply on the course, but I'm not available because of my location. Yeah. Let me see. Let me just go to that link real quick. Sorry, I just gotta remind myself what link you clicked. So this should be. Yeah, so you might be able to do you might not be able to do the full sign up, Full Stack, but hopefully you can, if you can join the Discord server, Mbe, if you can join the Discord server, that will pretty much get you everything you need. You don't have to do the rest. It's okay. It's not going to hurt you at all if you don't do the rest of the stuff. Those are just things that we want you to do. But if you can't, that's perfectly fine. Joining the Discord will get you, 99% of the way there. So just start with that. If you can't do anything else, that's perfectly fine. It's not going to be a problem. I just had to remind myself of what that link did. Okay. Yeah. So you being in the Discord, that's really all you need. The other things are just bonuses. Yeah. But yeah, I think there are, certain region locations on certain programs and things, unfortunately. Yeah. Let's see. Ferret Software, what are they doing? If they're live right now, we can Ferret Software. Oh, they have a bunch of viewers though. Yeah, I will check them out. I will check that. We're not going to raid them today because they're really popular, but I will check them out because that looks adorable. Oh, Thor's okay. It's a rescue. That's awesome. Channel's always like. All right, I want to find the cute little critters again. All right, we're gonna do this just because these critters look adorable and their avatar is cute and they look like they're building something cute. There's not a lot of software, but a lot of ferrets. Hey, I can dig it. All right, we're gonna raid this person. They seem cool. Koofy Bean. Here we go. We're gonna raid them. Let's continue our Python journey next week. Remember, we're gonna start out the next stream with a quiz on section 3. So you don't have to study beforehand. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna test our knowledge and see how much we remember at the start of the next stream. All right, cool. Okay, raid is gonna start here shortly. Raid is starting in 10 seconds. Of course, Lalo, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Mattel, for being here. Alrighty, raid is starting now. Have a great week, everybody. See you soon.